took photos for my memory of my father in his casket. I will never share them publicly. They're mine. And landed in that casket with a fucking DA. Little fucking curl up in the front. My dad. He was a greaser. Yeah, they, they do make a big thing about it, the Pugo sticks and
Oh, I'm streaming. All right, bet.
or bungee sticks. I'm sorry, bungee sticks.
Yeah.
Raspberry beret, kind you find in a second-hand store. I like these. I like these huts. Those are really nice. I was in the Marine Corps because I was looking for a few good men.
Oh my!
We tease each other.
Oh shit! Almost knocked my soda down. Holy fuck! Can't fucking see shit.
Oh my god! There's so much.
It's the truth.
It's like there's so many jokes about. Man, we're so close. Are we gay now?
Right?
Stats.
I mean, I see your penis a lot. Like, make us partners? No, we're battle boots. Stop it. And I gotta tell you, Walter Koenig had a big role in this.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I don't know what killed his career, because his career was up and coming in the '60s, man. And yeah, phrasing. Oh, I miss those LBEs, man. I love wearing those things. LBEs with the shoulder straps.
I'm not sure where I should be streaming to. I don't know if I should be streaming. I should stream to either Electrogravitic Science or Grandmaster UV Gaming.
So all your packs were on it, medical stuff.
Probably Twitch too.
I had a 40-pound medic pack, and on top of that, my 60-pound Alice pack.
How about Twitch and Electrogravitic Science? Actually, I'll do Grandmaster UV Gaming for a little bit to try to get some of my other viewers.
I really do. I've got my Class A's. I do have that. I want to recreate the one that most of these guys in this scene are wearing. Not the Green Berets themselves, but the other military guys. It's the slanted pocket jungle fatigues, the ODs though. I was part of the last unit that was issued
all my
those.
Cameras.
I like that one.
Do any airborne units use Raspberry Beret cascades?
Because I changed all my shit from 720 to 1080.
But
it's a different resolution.
Yeah, Johnston Atoll was the last military unit in the Army that was issued
like that.
Vietnam era jungle fatigues to work in. Yeah. And I loved it just because of the boots, because they had canvas sides instead of leather. You know, the sides of them.
Yeah.
And oh man, so much nicer in the heat. Oh my gosh, so breathe, and your feet weren't dying as much.
I got to point out here that this club is looks like something out of a '40s movie.
Yeah,
it's like
left.
John Wayne was so stuck in the past and how he made his film.
Was,
and he did co-direct this film, you know. But this nightclub scene just fucking slays me. It's like, even the way this is lit. I'm not complaining about the location. I'm not complaining about the way they're dressed. I'm complaining about the look.
Yeah.
This looks like they're in a Hollywood noir film or something. That open club, just the way they shot it. That looks so weird.
Isn't that Hawaii Five-0 guy?
Isn't this the beginning of an Indiana Jones movie?
Right. Isn't that Hawaii Five-0 guy to the left?
That's Jack Sue. No, it's Jack Sue from Barney Miller.
Okay, that's it. Okay, I knew it was a cop show of some sort.
For a synchronization license, I don't know, man.
Expanded. What does that mean?
I don't even know what that is.
So Look, this film is what it is. I'm going to pause it now because we've got to go to break.
Mm-hmm.
But the movie is what it is. Period. Can't
It's
change
a propaganda piece. At the time, that's what it was.
It really is. I rarely call military films propaganda films after World War II. World War II, look, we were at a war footing, a huge war footing in the United States. So the films are called propaganda, but really what it is a morale booster. Propaganda is very specific, where it says specific thing or does specific thing. This one, I feel is torn. I'm torn over whether it's propaganda or morale boosting, because what he was trying to do was boost the morale of the American soldier. Because
here at home,
the American media was run by the commies, the communists. Was being run by the communists at the time, because I'm speaking past tense. It was the onset of what we have today, which is just simply the communist news network. MSNBC, all of them are commies. They're all commies. They don't like to say they're not, but they are. They're communists. They're socialists. Socialism is communism. It's just democratically elected communism. That's all it is. There's no difference between what they do. It is guys who are on the top do great. Those of us that are workers, that work for a living, are going to suffer under it. And the Sacred Pilgrim, there you go. Well, there you go, Pilgrim. Now we'll go to break. Hi, guys. This is Gary from Pop Culture Minefield here on KGRA, and we're leaving for our first break. I hope we survive.
Did you know 75% of Americans are chronically dehydrated? If you struggle with focus, run low on energy, or when it's time to finally sleep, you simply can't, this can all be linked to dehydration. And Fuel Up.
That's a shitty show, dude. I don't know why I'm watching that shit. I wish my dad would stop playing that stupid sad music, man. I don't know what the fuck happened to my girlfriend, man. Damn, there's a lot of scenes I have to redo because the resolution's different. Alright, I need to do something. I need to learn some intel, man. Otherwise, I'm wasting my fucking life. I need to do something good. I need to either learn business or something, or some more UFO intel. I want to focus on UFO intel and shit. We can focus on everything, actually. Let's focus on everything. I'm gonna get some fresh air in here too. It's such a beautiful day here, man. Such a beautiful day. Also, I'm gonna start doing news segments. Because my mom was telling me how great I would be at doing like introductory briefings to people who are just getting into the subject. Because I give like the best rundowns of all the intel and all the active like the UFO hearings, all the active whatever. Can't talk right now, but whatever. Damn, I need to pick up some more fucking trees, man. Damn, man, this weed goes quick.
The mission will shift into its next phase. That time is now.
What day is May Day? Isn't it first today? Oh, it's today. God, man, I miss Maya. I miss my May. I miss May, man. It's freaking May Day, too. God, why does she have to be an asshole? I can't believe someone can be like that and just fucking ignore you. Fucking crazy, dude. Something wrong with that bitch. Something wrong with her fucking brain, dude. Seriously. We need more like early morning shows. I should create an early morning to afternoon show. UFO sightings daily. Wow, that's a really good one. I really like this. This is fucking awesome, dude. I really, yo, I'm gonna go on Twitter Spaces and talk to Elon Musk real quick. Mic check 1 2. We get the audio capture. We got everything. Oh yeah, let's play some music. I'm a DJ, so let's do this shit. I'm not just a DJ. I'm a music producer, artist, vocal, record. Oh, here's a UFO. I just caught a fucking UFO. I just caught a UFO. I just caught a UFO. Yes! Dude, I'm so fucking pro, dude. I'm pro at everything I do. And it was moving too. It's not just flying piece of dust. It's like moving, and I grab it, and then it even moves too, and it's like, it's exotic, dude. Dude, it's freaking May Day. I wish May was here. Anyway, I'll find another girlfriend if she really wants to be like that. I don't know. I don't even know if she wants to break up, because she didn't even fucking say anything. I don't even fucking know. And we were together for years and years, like 3 years. When she first came over here, she came over here. She was here for like 6 months to like a year or two. Like, she was here for like 2 years, dude. I don't know what the hell happened. She was here for like 3 years, and then she just went on to vacation to New York, and then that's all I know. So I don't know. I should go try to, like, do something nice for her. I don't know. I don't know why she hasn't called me or texted me in all these months. It's like crazy. It's ridiculous, dude. She does have kind of, like, I would say, some mental health problems and stuff, and I don't know. And she makes like weird music. Like, I don't understand what her music, like, what's up with her music, but she makes beautiful music, and she has a beautiful voice. But she should record more other stuff, like, here's her playing on my guitar in my room.
big hole with just broken pieces.
And I was commenting to her, and she fucking turned comments off, dude. Fucking bitch, dude. Most of her music sucks, but she's really talented on guitar and singing, dude. She needs to be a freaking artist. But these freaking electronic compositions are weird.
Freezing in the cold, cold me up. Shadows won't leave me up. Freezing in the cold.
This shit is weird. I don't know. Whatever. She's fucking so talented on guitar and singing, man. I love to listen to her singing and doing guitar. She used to sing and play guitar all the time, man. It was awesome. She would just be singing in the bathtub, singing all over the place. It was so fun, man. And she was such a sweetheart and so nice. I wish I had more videos of like just normal day-to-day up. Just everything awesomeness. Like I do have stuff. I just gotta sort through it, and I wish I had everything. Department of Energy, David Hamilton witness testimony. Worked for the Department of Energy in the area of new generation power systems. He explains we have nearly exhausted the world's supply of fossil fuels just at a time when Asia and China are undergoing industrial revolution and are positioned to become bigger.
I'm David Hamilton from the Department of Energy, and my background is nuclear power, fuel cell systems, and electric power systems.
Technologies that don't fit into the old paradigm.
For the Department of Energy, that's mainly what I focus on, is new generation power systems. Well, the critical thing now that I think everyone's missing in energy is that we have designed a world that feeds on oil. And those oil supplies are becoming limited, more and more limited. Just the other night at the Vice President debates, they talked about the problem in the United States with higher prices had nothing to do with the oil, but in the ability to process that oil. And at 12 million barrels a day, which we passed in July, that's over 7,000 barrels a second. It's a tremendous number. It's hard for people to fathom how much oil we're using. Now, if we look at what supply is, never before in our history have we been in a position where supply and demand would intersect. So we've basically been operating as a monopoly for oil. It's a free product. And now, in about 10 years, we will see the intersection between supply and demand. So that means we'll be seriously supply limited. The other things compounding that, and which we have seen lately, the recession in Asia showed a worldwide slight depression. We were slightly isolated from most of that, but now they're coming back, and again, world prices are going up because demand's going up. And we're going to see that become even worse. I've got some curves I brought with me to demonstrate this, but if you look at where the Asian and the Chinese market people are in technology compared to where we are, where the UK is. They are about our 1920s technology level. When they move up that curve to try to have as many cars as we have per capita, the demand for oil will be astronomical, because right now the industrialized nations are only 20% of the total population. Our requirement, the funding from individuals, the funding from governments is necessary to get the ideas out, to get these people that are thinking outside the box beyond oil to begin to supply the ideas and to get the scientists working on those ideas to wring out all the problems that we have with these technologies in a timely manner, instead of them sitting on the fringes for long periods of time. Well, there's some things I know about, some things I can't really talk about because, but I do know that there are tremendously impressive weapon systems and potential energy systems.
Weapon system,
but I don't have access to really study them. The only ones I have had studied, I've had the fortunate nature to study things before they were classified. And in that nature, I learned a lot about some of the weapon systems because of my quantum mechanical background. There are a lot of technologies that have paths that you can follow through the literature that suddenly became non-published. And you can track publishing records up to a certain point and then they just disappear. And you can also track people's backgrounds to know that they were working for a company or they were working under a government contract during that period. And it seems odd at times. Why were they no longer publishing? This seemed to be a passion at one time, but now they're not publishing in the public forum. So I believe that there were some things developed. I've talked to quite a few people around the country and in Russia as well that have seen some very novel technologies and want to develop them, but they continually have difficulties in trying to do that. Now, historically, if you look at technologies that have been rather toward the nature of what people would describe as free energy machines, not requiring oil, but high voltage or other types of applications that seem to get more yield than you would get otherwise. Similar to a nuclear power plant, you put very few watts in, but you get a lot of watts back out. But these energy systems have historically had problems. You may be familiar with, was it Murray? His experiment was around the First or Second World War. I can't remember the exact time frame, but it was destroyed, all of it was lost, and his son never really understood the full concepts of what he was doing, so he hasn't been able to reproduce the work. And similarly, with working with the Russian universities, they had done what I consider one of the best gravitational experiments ever done was at the High Temperature Materials Laboratory in Russia. Now, they had done their experiment off-site, and they demonstrated that that thing could develop 35% reduction in the gravitational field. Now, we saw that, we were very impressed with it. I have gravitational researchers at DOE, and I had them look at it. We were all interested in doing that. We'd like to follow up on that to do a second type of experiment. It's duplication, reproducibility, getting back to the issues of how do you do good science. But you run into a lot of resistance against people. But in the Russian case, it was even more so. When they were away from this off-site laboratory, it was across the street from the university as I understand it, the place was completely ransacked. All the equipment was lost. Now, lucky for us, they had their recordings, they had their videotapes, they had their presentation materials, all of that was still intact. But the machine was lost, and as well as a lot of the other equipment necessary to duplicate that test. It may have been that there were some mafia-type individuals that were involved, thinking that there might be some profit in this thing. It was clearly too early. There was much more science that needed to be done. The reason I was contacted was to develop the theory behind why that was working. And I guess the last thing would be the government folks, and my Russian friends say that the part of the government that does that is no different from the mafia. So that complicates the problem. But even further beyond that, we have to completely get away from oil as a fuel, because it won't be there in the multiple generations behind us. And if we care about humanity as a race we want to extend, we have to do this. Now, through my work in theory, we've been able to show that, well, I'll give you my first opinion, that Einstein made one mistake that he didn't realize, but human nature makes it a mistake, and that was special relativity. The reason is because special relativity explains things in a very simple way for most of the things we see in nature. It doesn't account for gravity, it doesn't account for gravitational anomalies, it doesn't account for any space-time curvature whatsoever. So that, I believe, is the reason why general relativity never got
He sounded like a
because as this population grows, the planet gets smaller and smaller. When you look at LA projections in 2050, 50 million people. Right now, we have some serious problems. The other side of the coin on energy issues is the amount of carbon we throw into the atmosphere. Now, this has been an important aspect of what the Department of Energy has worked on. Try to get cleaner fuels, work with EPA, work with other people to try to reduce the amount of carbon. And we can see the effects by the turtle population, sea turtles getting they have to be in warmer waters to get a certain kind of fungus. As fungus grows, it becomes more and more prevalent. We see it in the coral. The British government released, well, Greenpeace released a coral concerned about that.
Screw that guy. Kim.com is the OG. You better fucking respect the OG, son. Kim.com is totally right, too.
Thanks. Let's go to their section.
I can't believe they're talking to Kim.com like that. I can't watch this. It's good that they have that shit archived so they can see how much of an assholes those people are. They should fucking end the war. It's stupid. Just like every single other war. Quit funding wars and going in and causing wars where there shouldn't be any fucking war. They just want an excuse to use their fucking weapons against Russia. They're fucking crazy. Fucking retarded, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and listen to this Jack Harlow song, so I'm gonna put it on me and then mute the fucking audio captures. I'm just gonna play this now. And now I can do it like this. This is how I can watch shit on camera and not have to worry about it.
It's like I've been smooth for so long, I'm trying to get rough. Fuck buffing my nails, dog. It's like I've been smooth for so long, I'm trying to get rough. Fuck buffing my nails, dog. I'm trying to get buff. Fuck shaping my beard up, I'm liking the scruff. And fuck the hills, cause I'm living my life in the cut. Can't imagine that I'm gonna meet my wife in the club. We gon' see though, I feel like
back up titties.
problem of how to
Robert M. Wood, and I go by Dr. Bob these days. My name is Robert M. Wood, and I go by Dr. Bob these days. I have a degree in aeronautical engineering from the University of Colorado.
Yo, I'm good friends with this guy, Bob Wood or whatever his Bob. I forgot his name. What is his name? Shit, Robert Wood. Robert Wood, yeah. Also, my dad was telling me last night how Dr. Greer really liked me when I was like a kid at the X conferences, like back in 2004. I was only like 7 or 8 years old, and he was telling me how Greer really liked me at like the banquets and stuff at the Paris Hilton Hotel in Gaithersburg for when we did the X conferences. We did the X conferences, you know, with Steve. Steve Bassett made these awesome conferences on this whole exopolitics, disclosure, truth embargo shit, and the truth embargo. It was called the X conference, and my dad said he has all the videos from the X conferences. So my dad said he has like the videotapes all on DVD of the X conferences, and I was saying we should upload them to a new YouTube channel. So I guess I'll call Steve in a little bit and I'll ask him if I can upload that, and maybe I'll make the channel called we'll call it the X conference. We have the searing. We have the citizens hearing on disclosure channel on YouTube. I should make the X conference and upload all the footage from the X conference on there. X conferences. I call Steve and ask him later. Also, I need to try to get these. Also, contact Dr. Greer and ask him if he knows where to bring the materials to the UFOs to be compensated for as well. Mic check 1 2. I'm gonna go pop a couple bean burritos in the oven. Beef burritos.
change, and how do we need to transform things so that the power is more equally distributed, because that's more full. You're here with me. Tara, if you don't know, Aquarius isn't one person, you know, being up on their mountaintopper and their big fancy tower. It's about whatever, you know, it's about what everyone needs. You know, too much AI is not a good thing. Yeah, we don't know, right? I mean, where is it useful? Where is it not useful? But you can see, but you see what I'm saying with that, with the Pluto in Aquarius. Can you see how it makes sense? The actual looking at where is the power, right? Where is that certain level of how much power do we give that? How much power do we not give to it? What can actually help things transform? So I'm in no way saying that, hey, AI should now take over everything, but I'm saying to have Pluto in Aquarius, that is prime time to be looking at it. Because in some ways, it can be helpful and move us forward, right? But then there's other ways where we can all imagine, we've all seen movies and we've all probably had visions of how it's not. So, yeah. So here's what's interesting to me. We've sort of like in March we enter this sort of big spaciousness of Pluto moves into Aquarius. So we have this sort of there's gonna be a different vision, and we can see even the power structure shifting and changing. People are being found out for their inappropriate behaviors, right? People who have been on the top for a long time are suddenly being dethroned of their positions. You know, people who have been, I mean, geez, just look at the networks right now and the people, how that's shifting around. But now Pluto turns retrograde, which means everything that was kind of moving forward in that way. Now it's like, wait a second, where do we need to check and go back, reconsider, redefine, re-examine, re-poke into those things before we move in what is, from our perspective on Earth, forward motion. Because you guys have heard me say this before, but retrograde planets are not moving backwards, right? That's just an illusion from where we are, but our understanding of that feeling of something not moving in its, at least from our perspective, not going in its normal progression, has a different feel, and so that's how it applies to us. Yeah, meaning that energy becomes more introverted, it pulls back, it holds in, it wants to slow down. It's not just racing out the gate. So we've been kind of today, literally starting today, we enter this period of, okay, well, that's slowing down. Wait a second. And it's interesting we talk about this because we're working with ChatGPT a lot here at Sage Goddess. Yeah, for different things, checking out what it can do, and so it's so perfectly fitting. And now this makes me think of, so I'm going to be extra mindful of really re-looking at what is it good for, where are the potential risks. Then in June, on June 11th, Pluto will dip back into Capricorn. And I think during that period, and it will be retrograde in Capricorn, all the way until it turns direct again. Which, by the way, it's good. I didn't mention this before, but it turns retrograde today, May 1st, and it stays retrograde until October 10th. Okay. So we have this kind of long dipping back period where we move back into the previous sign. And when we move back into a previous sign in retrograde, that's always about taking care of old business.
God, my back hurts like shit. What the hell? Why does my back hurt all of a sudden for no reason? Some ginger ale. Oh my God.
Around By the way, is a beautiful sign. Every sign is a beautiful sign. So, you know, forgive me if a little bit of the shadow side comes out more here. I think that's just more what we're dealing with. But it's not that Capricorn is any kind of negative sign, right? Everything has its front and its back, as astrologer Stephen Forrest would say. But Capricorn is very much about accomplishment, about the authority, about what rises to the top, right? Right? And even in the zodiac, we think about it, the 10th sign, it really does sort of reach the pinnacle, a peak. And so when you think about this time period, I can say we can really hold it pretty loosely from now all the way till October 10th, and perhaps even a little after that, while you know, it's gaining its perceived normal motion. What authorities in your life, or what power dynamics, or what rules, what shoulds, you know, I should do this, I shouldn't do this, what things no longer serve. And so this can be anything from people to habits to thoughts, emotional patterns, right? It's really checking in. What have I, or what have we collectively made an authority that no longer should be calling the shots for us? Because that person or that part of ourselves is no longer the best equipped, if it was ever the best equipped, to help us be what we are now and move into where we are ready to move into now. So for us personally, you know, whoever brought up the example of fear, right? That is something to be looking at. And Capricorn, as an archetype, is very related to fear, especially fear of letting go of control. Right? What does it mean if I'm not in charge? What does it mean if I'm not in, at least in what I think the illusion of control is? Yeah. But I'm thinking for myself too. It's like if there's a certain way of thinking that I've sort of let take the upper hand in my life, this is a good time to really check in and say, is that helping me anymore? And sometimes this is what I try to do this. I don't have like a set way I do it. Part of it is just checking in and trying to get a good feel for kind of who am I where I'm at right now. Let go of the past. Don't worry about what you're trying to move into in the future, right? Just be here right now. Okay, so this is about wherever I feel who I am or what I am right now. And then I'd really try to feel into what best supports that, me being that most honest, authentic, natural part or version of myself, and what things are in the way. Because I think what this is doing for all of us, this retrograde period, is helping us re-examine where we need to dethrone some people, some ideas, some ways of being, some values, right? So that we can then drop that down and really rebuild something that works. It's interesting. I was my partner Darren and I were camping this last weekend, just for a night, and we didn't have a lot of time. But we went out to. If any of you are familiar with California area, Carrizo Plain, there is Super Bloom is really big there. But we were towards the end of Super Bloom, but there was some still really beautiful flowers out there. But what was really cool is there was this little tiny house that we'd actually been out there 4 years ago. And 4 years ago. I had pictures. Darren had pictures of me out front, and this house was kind of all coming down. It was kind of down to the studs, but there was still some framework. And so there's a picture from me 4 years ago, sitting on that sort of porch. And we went.
All right, I'm gonna focus on some stuff more on the topic at hand. This is more astrology, which we focus on sometimes, you know. We're into a lot of Vedic and all different types of astrology. But that is something other than I want to focus on for now. Oh, we have the Good Trouble Show. Oh, is this really live? Finally, something at the top on the topic at hand.
Arrow. and also the communication.
It's Christopher Sharp.
The communication
right?
isn't great as well. There's no more activity.
It's Chris Sharp.
On Twitter, for instance.
Where's this little kid running around going ba 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 ba?
And there's no secure public-facing website as well, so that whistleblowers can come forward. So it is really still uphill battle for all senators involved pushing this. And
what up, Chris Sharp?
Well,
what up, Vinny Adams?
Burchett, Carson, Gallego.
What up, Matt Ford? I don't know Matt Ford, but what's up?
Yes. So speaking of the lack of support, one of the initial issues was a lack of funding. So
I don't really know Chris Sharp either. I think Disclosure Team knows me a little bit.
And is the Arrow office fully funded in your budget?
Yes, I believe it is.
Can you make sure, because it was left off last year, so from both the DoD and Intel's budgets?
So, right, so it's in DoD, but I think our support is funded in the National Intelligence Program, and I'll check to make sure I'm
Everybody else can answer the question.
I believe it is funded. I believe it is funded. Yes. Yes.
I support Center.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's just crazy that they would mandate the creation of this office. They have all of this language in, and I think Vinny, you had said that this went back to what was the year 20? When was Arrow established? Was it 22 or when was that?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was established in the summer of 2022. Well, that's certainly when Dr. Kirkpatrick became the head of Arrow. It may have been a month or two before he was officially announced as the director. I'm not too clear on the start date compared to when they actually announced his directorship.
Because I think Chris, you had touched on this. They had to send a letter. Senator Gillibrand, and I believe it was 13 or 14 other senators, Christopher, that said, "Hey, where's the money? We have this office, and the OUSDI, or Office of Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, they weren't apparently saying that they didn't have any money. So it sort of felt like no one knew that they didn't have money, which is just really strange. Chris, what have you heard on that?
It seems to me that it just isn't a priority at the moment for the likes of Ronald Moultrie, Lloyd Austin, and others within the DoD, and also the intelligence community as well. I mean, look at a few weeks ago, for instance, in the Armed Services Committee, Subcommittee for Emerging Threats and Capabilities, when Gillibrand asked Michael J. McCall, the Undersecretary of Defense, Controller, saying, "I was disappointed for the second year in a row, the Arrow was not fully funded in the department's budget request, understanding that we cannot get into specific budget figures in this forum. Can you discuss why Arrow was not fully funded?" And in his response, Michael J. McCall seems to suggest that Ronald Moultrie had not relayed any concerns or requests for further funding to him. So I mean, it just doesn't seem like he's really engaged with the process, and I would argue it's been like that from the start since AOIMSG was first put together. I mean, we had a similar situation around about this time last year when the law still hadn't been fully implemented, and I mean, we thought all the troubles had gone away because from an operational perspective, the Arrow was supposed to be reporting directly to the Deputy Secretary of Defence, and also Stacey Haynes' wife, who's the principal deputy for ODNI as well. I may have got that wrong, sorry. So she was, the Arrow was supposed to report to those two, basically, but still, because it's not been implemented, Kirkpatrick, the director of the Arrow, is still reporting to Ronald Moultrie like he was last year. So the status quo still has not changed, and you can see why the Congress is really growing frustrated. All of this.
It all seems, and what I've observed, seems to land at the feet of Ronald Moultrie, and as Lou Elizondo, was the director of the Pentagon's previous program, ATIP, to study this particular issue of UAP. As he noted, all of the obfuscation and all of that sort of stuff started with, or really the source seems to be the Office of Undersecretary of Defense, OUSDINS, which is under Moultrie. So, and I have some thoughts about that. Anyway, so let's get to the interview. So as I mentioned, this interview was a year in the making, and this is the first time a sitting United States senator sat down for an interview to speak about the topic. So we're going to roll the interview, and afterwards we'll break it down. So everyone, here we go. Our next guest is a trailblazer in bringing the UAP subject out from the shadows. In 2023, she led a bipartisan effort to place 33 pages of legislation on UAP in the National Defense Authorization Act that is now law. Please welcome from the great state of New York, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Senator, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. And we know your schedule is tight, so we're going to jump right into the subject of hand. So, Senator, there have been reports of objects in our skies and undersea from our military pilots and other service members that they couldn't explain. Now, these objects are referred to as unidentified anomalous and undersea phenomenon, or UAP. So, Senator, what was your turning point when you decided that we as a nation, that we have to take these reports seriously and look into them?
Well, it was a combination of things. The thing that really got me highly concerned was when service members had come forward with digital evidence, whether it was video or radar, different sensory data, that they were retaliated against or disregarded or somehow diminished or demeaned in their roles. And I thought, as chair of personnel at the time, the personnel subcommittee of the Armed Services Committee, I was not going to tolerate our service members being in any way disparaged because they were doing their jobs to report these sightings. And so once I heard about that, I started getting much more detailed in my review of what is the scope of these unidentified aerial phenomenon. What is the military's role? Are they reviewing them? Do they actually analyze them? Do they identify them? And unfortunately, I found out that the answer was largely no, and they weren't actually doing the work, which is why me and a few other senators on the Armed Services and Intelligence Committee decided to create a specialized office 2 years ago within the Department of Defense that was supposed to review all sightings and to make sure that whistleblowers can come forward, to make sure that no one can be retaliated against, and that people are obligated to report, because we wanted to make it clear that the military could not disparage or retaliate against people who were just giving evidence of things they've seen, which is absolutely essential from a domain awareness, national security perspective. So we are now just pushing the military and the intelligence community to fund this office and to do the work.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about the whistleblowers a little bit more in depth here in a bit. But one thing I wanted to touch on, so these military servicemen and women that have testified observing UAP, operating in a way that exceed our current understanding of physics. In a lot of these cases, they go all the way back to World War II and beyond. So with that in mind, would this preclude adversarial operations such as those from China and Russia from the equation?
No, and in fact, for a lot of people, that's what it's all about. What the goal of the office is to do is review all data related to unidentified aerial phenomenon, present, past, and as reported. We also now have the goal of increasing our collection. So actually increasing the sensors and the radar capabilities and the ability to glean information and data from airspace that previously we really didn't monitor. We do very little monitoring of airspace outside of commercial airspace. And we have requirements for immersed airspace. You have to have emitters, you have to have lights, but many of these sightings can be in the areas that we don't monitor very effectively. And so the new ambition for this office is to make recommendations about additional sensors, what we need developed. And also it's important from just plain old national security. If you've got China developing hypersonic missiles, you need the ability to detect those as well as a Chinese spy balloon or Chinese drones or Iranian drones or any other adversarial military capability or spying capabilities being utilized over our military bases, over our missile sites, over our assets. It's vital that we have that domain awareness and that we can ultimately have superiority, air superiority in places of conflict.
Now, going back to Aero, so when you mandated that the Pentagon establish this office that eventually became Aero, what was the reaction from the Pentagon? Did they attempt to interfere or take control of the narrative? How did they react to this legislation that passed?
So I'm not sure. I mean, we know what was publicly available.
Right.
And you know, when we were recommending this office, they quickly set up their own office, which was a bit odd. But I don't know why. That might have been in the works. Who knows? But our goal was to really create something transparent and accountable to the American public that has a public-facing aspect, that has public reports, and that destigmatizes the sightings of aerial phenomenon. It is imperative that we destigmatize this because we need facts, and we cannot allow things like spy balloons to just coast over the United States, taking photos and getting data from our missile sites and our bases. It's unacceptable. And you know, in many respects, we were asleep at the switch because we weren't looking for this stuff. Because from the military's perspective, it didn't exhibit hostile behavior. It wasn't attacking. It wasn't shooting. It wasn't chasing, and it wasn't evading. All of those types of behavior are things they would have cared about and would have really tried to not only understand but defend against. But because the behavior of a lot of this aerial phenomenon that we've captured is by chance, like the fact that some device goes under an existing craft that's recording data and information is really how we're catching these. It's when our pilots fly by something and say, what is that? What is that object? What is that aircraft? What is that doing? And why is it moving in that way? And that's hard to understand. Our devices and sensors on our aircraft aren't calibrated to capture this information and easily reposit it to a scientific group to review it. So we're going to try to change our sensors on aircraft to do that, so we could actually capture the data, review the data, and be able to assess it one way or the other, known, unknown, and if known, what is it? We've been able to assess, you know, let's see, our January report, we assessed 366 pieces of data, sightings since the last 20 years. We've had a huge influx in reporting, and now we're up to 700, I think, is what they said in the hearing. 700 or 700 or 650 unconfirmed aerial phenomenon. And so of the 650, we know that in the first batch, in the 366, they designated about 150 were orbs or balloon-like objects, about 24 were drones, a handful were debris or birds, but 171 unknown still. And so in this larger tranche of another 300 or so, we'll assess what they are. And this office and review isn't ideal for enthusiasts in that they aren't necessarily getting to the bottom of past sightings. Like, is it real? Is it true? Did that happen? Because all they can do is review data that they have access to. And all you have is a video clip, or all you have is a photo.
El gato y burrito, señor.
To weigh that against to assess what actually is it. So a lot of the goal of this office is to get much more data, so we have the tools we need to assess what is it in real time, as opposed to having to go back historically. So we may never know of the, let's say, the top 10 sightings historically that enthusiasts are certain are, you know, a flying saucer or whatever it is. You may never actually be able to assess that and say yes or no, because you have no additional data. And so what's so important about Aero is it's not only gathering the data that the Air Force and the Navy and other armed services detection has, which is high quality data, and then comparing that with publicly available data, things like what did the FAA report on that date, time, and space? Did anyone have any weather balloons in the area? Did anyone have any other detection devices to see if they got any photographs or any video evidence? All of that is so much more scientific and capable of assessing. And so if you saw the hearing, Dr. Kirkpatrick gave us 2 examples, and they both looked, you know, bizarre. But one, he was able to cross-reference enough data and information from public information like FAA, and they could actually identify ultimately that it was, you know, a puddle jumper. It was a slower flying aircraft that, because of the lens and the camera that was able to get the digital images, it was too blurred and too undefined to know what it was. But with cross data, they identified it was an aircraft. The second one they showed us was just an orb that came right in a camera's view that traveled seemingly very fast over some kind of military site, and they don't know what it is, and so they might not get any more data to clarify, you know, is it a drone, is it a balloon, is it a aircraft, is it unknown? And so that's the hard part, but also the good part.
Right.
So we won't necessarily know all the past secrets, but my intention is to make sure we know all the future secrets before they become secret, because the whole point is to do the scientific analysis to identify what it is, because if it is Russian or Chinese or Iranian, we must know, and we need to know what technology they're developed and whether they're investing in drone technology or balloon technology or spy technology that we've never seen or heard of.
Got it. Yeah. So, and I think that's fantastic that we're finally taking this seriously. Let's jump back, if you don't mind, for a second, to the whistleblower. So, as many people may not be aware, you spearheaded, I think it was like 33 pages of legislation on UAP in the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act. And I think one of the most important provisions that is in there, that you guys put in there, was this provision that protects whistleblowers against reprisals and retaliation. Now, sources have claimed to us that they still fear retaliation. Do these claims surprise you at all?
No, and our office is here to assure them they cannot be retaliated against by law. And if they still fear retaliation, they should reach out to my office, because we can make sure that they get interviewed by Dr. Kirkpatrick. We can make sure that they can submit any of their data or information in a confidential way. We can do everything possible to make sure that they can be heard and protected at the same time. You may not know this about my history, but we've been working on military sexual violence for a long time. And we were able to help a lot of service members who wanted to tell their story but were still afraid of retaliation. And we were able to make sure they got lawyers, that they had a confidential way of reporting, and we made sure that they were able to do with their testimony what they wanted to, whether it was ever public or not public, based on their needs. So we're here to help. We're here to make it easier. We are going to have a public-facing website soon. A draft has already been submitted to the higher-ups to approve. So as soon as that's approved, and I asked all the higher-ups, when are you going to approve this? And clearly there's a bottleneck somewhere, but I'm going to get to the bottom of it, and so eventually there'll be a place where anyone can upload data, information, video, photographs, and can also see the stuff that's been declassified, which is important, so that people can see, like, this is how we insert this video, and this is how we know where it was, and this is the publicly available information we laid on top of it, and that's why we know what it is. That's important, so people can know. It may look like something on first blush, but with scientific rigor, it's not that. Or it may look like something, and we still don't know what it is. So the truth is, we will get to whatever facts we can, but there'll still be things unknown.
Yeah, some of the feedback that we've received in particular from whistleblowers that have worked on alleged legacy UAP programs, but they're hesitant to come forward, is what they've shared is that there's no published legal protection mechanisms that give them the legal assurance that they are indeed going to be covered. So they can reach out to your office and you can download or make it clear exactly what protections are in place.
Yep. They can definitely do that. They can, we have an email that is confidential, just casework@gillibrand.senate.gov. And if they just put UAP in the array line, it'll get to our military staff who will then follow up and make sure that they are given confidential support and advice on what their next steps could be and where the protections are.
Excellent. Okay, great. So if you have time, we just have another couple of really quick questions. So what would you say to the elected, the unelected gatekeepers in government who do not want to level with the American public about UAP?
So my concern is that's not their job. That's not their job. This type of work should be public. We should have transparency and accountability. There's going to be some stuff that we find that we won't want to share publicly. Like, for example, if we assess that the Chinese have this one kind of drone technology that's a huge national security risk, the Department of Defense may decide something like that needs to stay on the secret level so they can not only prepare against it, but they probably don't want China to know that we know what they're doing. So something like that. So something I could imagine we would try to stay non-public, but anything that's not related to national security, we should definitely be declassifying.
I completely agree with that. So finally, should there be legal amnesty for past or present government employees or contractors who have been involved in keeping this from Congress and the American public, sort of as an incentive for these people to come forward?
That's what the whistleblower language in the 23 NDAA is supposed to protect. But if that language isn't sufficient, these people just have to tell us what part's not sufficient and what they would need in the defense whistleblower protection to cover that. We're happy to amend the bill this year. I mean, the goal is to give 100% amnesty and whistleblower protection in this space of unidentified aerial phenomenon. There may be explanations about what programs people were working on. They might have thought it was about something, but it really wasn't, and they were never told what it was about. So there can be those kinds of misunderstandings. But the truth is, we have the ability to take classified information. We have the ability to talk in classified settings so that they're not breaking their classification NDAs. We have the ability to do that. And so we will write the whistleblower protection to make sure it covers compartmentalized programs, special activist programs, and intelligence-oriented or top-secret programs. We can make sure that there's a setting, a SCIF or a top-secret setting where they can give their testimony. We will not allow them to be harmed.
Fantastic.
And we will do whatever is consistent with whatever agreements they made.
Excellent. Okay. Well, this is great news. And Senator Gillibrand, we really appreciate you coming on our show to talk about this really important topic, and we know our audience really appreciate your leadership on this. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk on your show.
All right, there you go.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. A few thoughts. One thing I think folks need to keep in mind is any senator, they're going to really be careful to stay in their lane. So we asked questions that we felt that she would be in a position to answer and not filter, just so we could get as much information as possible. And the other thing too with these folks, and you see this also with Senator Marco Rubio, you have to read between the lines with what they're saying. They're not going to come right out and say there's a non-human intelligence or we've got a saucer stashed in the garage somewhere. You have to read the sort of subtext. So when they're talking about unknowns or even just orbs, orbs aren't just going to fly around like a balloon. You have to really listen to what they're saying very carefully. And my prediction, as this thing continues to roll out, their sort of calculated nature in what all of these politicians say when it comes to this subject, that's going to relax as more and more information comes forward. So let's jump into this interview and just sort of break down some of the questions. So we asked what was her sort of turning point, and Gillibrand noticed for her that it was service members coming to her with digital evidence, video, radar, or different sensory data, and that these folks were retaliated against, and they were either retaliated against, disregarded, or somehow diminished or demeaned in their roles, and that she wasn't going to tolerate it. And she found that, no surprise, that the military wasn't really doing anything about this, other than sort of propagating, in my view, the stigma. So, Vinny, the DoD, they really had a very well-documented history of obfuscation and retaliation against a lot of these folks, correct?
Absolutely. We know it's been ongoing for decades. But one thing I will say, just before we kind of get into that, is that, kudos to you, because what you've been doing is actually cultivating a relationship with Senator Gillibrand. And, we all could think of a million questions that we'd love to put in front of her when it comes to UFOs, non-human intelligence. But you can't just throw that at a senator. It's not, it's not a thing to do. It's not just another UFO enthusiast that we're just having conversations back and forth. We have to be very careful about the way we approach this. And I think after that interview, it's likely that we'll be able to continue this relationship and maybe, get to those more important questions further down the line. So, I know some people might be discouraged by the fact that we didn't say, what do you know about non-human intelligence and things like that. So I ask people to bear in mind that we're talking with a sitting senator here, so it's not just a case of throw everything at her and see what she's got to say. But yeah, as far as the obfuscation and cover-up, we all know it's been going on for so many years, and there is data somewhere, in classified programs, and this is, there were a couple of comments that Senator Gillibrand mentioned in there about, we may not get to
senators are elected by the people, right?
We might get to know all the
Are senators elected by the people?
This is the kind of positive kind of discussion that we want to hear from people in power. So, I do take some positives away from it.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we definitely looked at it from that perspective. First off, we're an unknown entity. We're not CNN or anything like that. So just the fact that we were able to get a sitting United States senator to come on and speak about this subject was a huge get for us. And the other thing to keep in mind, of course, is she sits on the Senate Armed Services Committee. She sits on the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence, I think is what it's called.
What's the serving term of a senator?
She is specifically dealing with classified information, and she's got to be careful in what she can say. I do think that she's pushing the envelope, and we should be very grateful for really going to the mat on this particular subject. It was time someone did, and the senator was the right person to do this at the right time. Let's see, I lost my place here. Chris, we asked about observing UAP exceeding our known physics going back to World War II, and part of that question was some people, obviously there are incidents where there are balloons or drones or things that are misidentified as something anomalous when they actually aren't. But one of the things that people like Lou Elizondo and others have brought up is the things that appear to have a non-prosaic answer, the behavior of these craft and whatnot. These sort of vehicles have been observed going all the way back to World War II and probably beyond, where this was before jet propulsion or anything like that. So that was really what I was asking about, and she said no. And curious, what was your Chris? What was your sort of feeling on her response to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Firstly, I would say to people who are expecting, speculation and tougher questions and stuff like that, get with the real world. This isn't a movie. This is the real world dealing with an actual US senator here. It's taken a lot of time to actually arrange this interview. And no matter what questions you ask, she's always going to stick with her message. Whatever she wants to say, she's going to say it. And if you'd ask questions like where are the bodies and stuff like that, she's going to walk out the interview. I mean, get real people. I don't know what world these people are living in, but we're dealing with politics here, and real world, not a movie. To that point, in terms of precluding Chinese technology and Russian technology, look, I disagree with the senator there. I mean, our good friend Graham Rendell.
This is the UK disclosure team, baby.
So many incidents.
Christopher Sharp and Vinnie Adams.
And I mean,
disclosure team UK.
Great researchers will,
Cheers from Washington D.C. Disclosure team.
And when we're talking about the 50s and 60s, China was in a famine situation. They couldn't even afford horse and carts, let alone fighter jets. And you have advanced military equipment. So I think it definitely does preclude this from being China and Russia. I think this is a really, really good first step here. She said some really good things, and I mean, I would compare it to this. Look at the first series of on the History Channel with Lou Elizondo, unidentified Lou Elizondo, Chris Evans. They would have never mentioned E.T. or anything exotic like that. It was a process, and I think we're going to see the same with politicians as well in terms of that. Just think of the enormous progress we've made. Like a year ago, we couldn't have even thought about a sitting senator such as Kirsten Gillibrand appearing on a show like this. And I've said this before, and I've said it, just look how people are positioning themselves. Look how the positions are shifting. Look at General Olson from Space Force for instance, saying that UAP are basically ubiquitous. And saying that we need international cooperation and stuff. Space Force have never said that a year ago. Kirsten Gillibrand was never appeared on your show a year ago. So I think positions are shifting on this, and like I've said before, I think some major revelations are coming down the line. Preparing for that.
I completely agree, and again, thank you both for the kind thoughts.
Exactly.
I mentioned at the top of this. Probably going to be 50%. They're going to love this interview, and then the other 50% will be, why didn't you ask this? Why didn't you ask that? And I certainly understand that frustration. I would have liked to have asked some more pressing questions, but again, we were being very careful in putting forth questions that we knew she would be able to address. So it wouldn't be a lot of no comment. We wanted to get as much information out of her as possible. Now, when we asked about Arrow, we asked, when she mandated it, what was the reaction from the Pentagon? She seemed a bit tickled about that. She noted that the Pentagon quickly set up their own office, and with Arrow, she wanted to create something transparent and accountable that has a public-facing aspect, creating public reports, and that would destigmatize UAP topic. She also noted that with the Chinese balloon situation, that we were completely asleep at the switch, which seemed to certainly be the case. And she said that our sensors are not calibrated to catch some of these things. Now, out of her reply to this particular answer, what I thought was interesting were some of the statistics that she pointed out. She stated that 300, and this is under Arrow, 366 cases were studied over a 20-year period, which I wasn't aware of, that it was going that far back. She said 150 were orbs or balloons. About 2 dozen were drones. And since this particular, since they started looking into it, they've had 650 more cases. 171 are still unknown. Vinny, my question to you is, obviously balloons and things, drones, whatnot, that's all explainable. But her using the term orb, I think that's pretty significant. Orb, when I think of orb, I don't think of anything prosaic in terms of a balloon, a drone, swamp gas, a seagull, whatever. Orb, I feel, is a pretty specific thing, and for 150 of them to be orbs or balloon-like objects, I think that was a pretty significant admission she said there. Vinny, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. I mean, she kind of almost brushed over it like it was nothing. It was like, 150 from the first tranche of reports were orbs and balloon-like objects. Well, orbs, it's pretty substantial. And balloon-like objects, what does that actually mean? Well, we do know from the report that we had in January of this year that when they were putting things into categories and, balloon-like entities was used, that they also clarified in that report that just because they had categorized some of these cases, it doesn't mean that they had confirmed or gotten to the bottom of what they were. So, these objects that are still in this 150 bracket could still relate to something anomalous. They're just trying to categorize them, even though there is still the unknown bin on top of that. So, I was very surprised that one, she mentioned, and two, that it was kind of just brushed over slightly.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, that you really have to read between the lines with what politicians and officials are saying. They're very careful in their wording, and it's for a reason. So moving on from that. So Chris, let's talk about the Whistleblower Protection and the National Defense Authorization Act. Why was that put in place? And I believe that was one of the first two clauses in the NDAA, correct?
That's correct. I would have to look through the NDAA myself just to make sure, but it was certainly in there, and it refers to, my understanding, refers to retrievals and back engineering and stuff like that. Look, we're not talking about reverse engineering drones from Russia that are being used currently in Ukraine. We're not talking about this. We're talking about reverse engineering of potential non-human intelligence. That is literally what we're talking about. So when you guys are having a discussion, about whistleblowers, this is literally what we're referring to. It's already come out. People like Alpha have come out, for instance, saying that they've actually come forward and spoken to Kirkpatrick. Others have as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were some very, very high-ranking people who have spoken to the Congress that haven't spoken to Kirkpatrick and the Arrow. And it's very, very shocking to me that because the law hasn't been implemented, that she is actually going up to you and saying they should contact my office. I mean, this is literally why the Arrow exists, so they could deal with this stuff. But I mean, I'll give Kirkpatrick the benefit of the doubt because they don't have a budget, they have a lack of funding, they have a lack of resource. Perhaps she's saying, look, we realise that Kirkpatrick, we're going to help you out. Look, the Congress and senators in particular actually have the power, they have subpoena power, they can do investigations. So they actually probably could argue that they have more power than Kirkpatrick to actually investigate these whistleblower claims about such special access programs that have reported and clearly reported to the Congress like they should be. So I think that's a major thing that people are actually hearing here. So bravo.
Yeah, I would agree. And moving forward to the next question that we asked, we mentioned to Senator Gillibrand that sources have reached out to us and told us that they still fear retaliation regardless of the fact that the this legislation is in place. And I asked her whether it surprised her that these whistleblowers were still fearful, and she said no. And as you just mentioned, Chris, she said that folks need to directly contact her office, which is very, very significant. Vinny, what was your tongue-tied today? What were your thoughts on her response to that?
I mean, I'm not really surprised, and I think it's important as well that whistleblowers are going to be cautious about coming forward. You know, it's a big deal, and how can they really be given the clarification that there's not going to be further down the line some kind of repercussions? And you know, it's great that Senator Gillibrand is willing to offer direct access to her office. I was very surprised that she released the email address publicly here, because I just know what some people are like, and they're just going to be bombarding her with all sorts of you know, this and that. But you know, it just shows the transparency that she's talked about, and the fact that she said that whistleblowers can also let them know, or let her know, what amendments need to be added for the Defence Authorization Act going into the next year for 2024. You know, so you know, she's willing to not only receive testimony from these witnesses, but for them to also help her put into place what would be needed going forward to really you know, secure their trust. They're not going to have any reprisals if they do testify.
Another interesting response I thought was, you know, I asked her, and this question is for you, Christopher. You know, I asked, she noted that in one of her responses that they're going to have a public-facing website soon where people can upload data, photographs, all that sort of thing, videos. And she also said that she's going to get to the bottom of why this hasn't been done yet. And this is something where, again, I'm very critical of both ARROW and USDINS. If I were in charge of a program, so let's say Ronald Moultrie, that their number one mission was to bring in whistleblowers and bring in data, the first thing out of the gate I would do is have a website up in no time flat. And that's really puzzled me as to why it has taken that long for this to happen. Chris, what do you know about all of that? I know that that's something that clearly she's wanting to know why it's taken this long for anything to happen. Also, in addition to that, there's been literally zero engagement on the ARROW Twitter website, which just blows my mind.
Well, Kirkpatrick said it himself. He's a scientist. He's not a communications expert. And he's having also to deal with multiple amounts of within the DoD and within the intelligence community as well. Look, let's give him the benefit of the doubt again. He said that he actually put forward a proposal. I think it must have been to the DoD and IC. Although I still need to confirm who he actually submitted it to. But he submitted something that's their website proposal before Christmas, and it's not got there yet. And I would say certain people would question whether he's pushed that enough in terms of, from understanding from 2-star, some phone calls, he pushed that through if he wanted to. But look, I think it was made very, very clear from the hearing that he's very, very much into the science. But I would argue this is great because you want communication, you want transparency, and this website will accomplish that. Fantastic. But very, very good sources of mine, who I trust, multiple sources now, coming at me saying that we have special access programs dealing with captured and reverse engineering craft, which appear to be from non-human intelligence. This is not science. This is an investigation. You know, boots on the ground, kicking down doors, getting to the bottom of what's happening. And I think that's needed. We need someone like Lua Elizondo or Jay Stratton in there, basically giving zero Fs and basically just going all in, and you know, making a big racket to ensure that the information is getting through to both the public and Congress as well. That's so important. But also, I'd ask as well that we have the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, we have the National Comms Office, we have Space Command, Space Force. They must be collecting data. So I mean, it's getting into those agencies as well. You have the former DNI, John Radcliffe, going on Fox News, basically saying that these things are being seen by satellites, by the way, which is most likely got him into trouble. So look, why are we relying for spy drone footage when we think they must be capturing these on satellites as well? And if sources are correct, then they're coming from space. This data exists. It's just getting access to it, and that's also the same as well with these special access programs. And I think patience is running really, really thin here. I think it really, really has. I mean, bureaucracy is running its course, and this isn't a priority. Despite the fact, by the way, that some UAP, because we're talking about unidentified craft, they could be Chinese, they could be Russian in origin. I mean, if these punks aren't taking it seriously, if I'm China, if I'm Russia, I just create something that looks like a UAP that they take seriously, surprise attack there, because they clearly don't care. So you've got yourself, it doesn't matter how much money that you're spending in the defense budget each year in America, if you don't have people on the ball here in terms of being aware of what's going on and making sure that plugged in, then you're in serious trouble. Despite all the rhetoric coming out from Moultrie, from Lloyd Austin and others, they obviously don't care because the funding still isn't there. It's not being prioritized. Okay, so I mean, that's one issue as well. So it really, really is frustrating, and I wouldn't be surprised that if more stuff starts getting leaked in the next few months and stuff starts coming out, because I think really the frustration's building here, and I don't think it's good enough anymore. And even I'm running out of patience now, so we need to make some progress.
Yeah, I think everyone's really running out of patience. Sorry, let me just bring up one note. So, you were talking about crash retrieval programs. We've heard this as well from multiple people in DOD, IC, and then on top of that, Dr. Gary Nolan has said it himself that these do exist. Vinny, what's your sort of thinking on all of that? What Chris was just talking about. You were about to say something before I interrupted.
Yeah, something that I've mentioned previously when I've spoken to you, Matt, is that if Dr. Kirkpatrick is not running under Title 50 authorities and he's hearing witness testimony from whistleblowers, how is he able to go and verify that information if he doesn't have? Senator Gillibrand was in a Senate Armed Services Committee meeting where she raised the issue of collaboration with General Anthony Cotton of STRATCOM, and he did sort of reiterate that STRATCOM and the other co-commands were talking with Arrow, but to what degree is Dr. Kirkpatrick getting this information, which can then be relayed on to Senator Gillibrand and others? Is there sort of bottlenecking and stovepiping and all these things happening that it's just not running enough to go anywhere? There are so many frustrations that we've seen and heard about publicly and from various sources. So, this is still early days, and with all the frustrations, we're not likely to get anything, just thrown at us, these big answers straight away. So, I think it's just a case of just keeping the pressure applied and seeing where this goes.
I totally agree.
I come back quickly. I would say, why did it take a hearing for him to request the authority, Title 50 authority, to actually have that? Why has it taken that long to actually request that? And also, I question something else as well in terms of the testimony taken by Kirkpatrick. It was referenced in the recent letter from Senators Warner and Rubio that they want regular reporting to be kept updated what the testimony
$5 foot long, big one, big UFO, big boy.
So reading between the lines here, that is telling me that information which is important isn't getting through to the Congress on time, or isn't being reported at all currently by Kirkpatrick. Otherwise, why would they even mention that in the letter? I would argue at this point, when it actually comes down to whistleblower testimony and actually getting to the bottom of potential SAPs, I would say that Arrow's potentially redundant, because senators have more powers, I would argue, to actually get to the bottom of this. And I think like I said before, I think you could argue that the Arrow and Kirkpatrick are potentially being boxed in because all these whistleblowers have already spoken to Congress. They've spoken to Congress, which is why the Intelligence Authorization Act contained the initial language in there for whistleblowers. They've already spoken to Congress. So what's happened is they're going to Congress, they're having conversations with Congress, giving all the testimony, and then they're going to Kirkpatrick. Sometimes Kirkpatrick may not even be aware that these people have spoken to Congress beforehand. And then what the Congress is doing is they're exchanging notes. Okay, what did the testimony say when they spoke to us? And what is Kirkpatrick telling us? So I think to an extent you could argue that they're being boxed in. And I mean, my dream scenario would be to have a Church Committee Part 2 where really we lay all this bare in terms of the obfuscation coming from the DoD. And it's just, yeah, sorry, I'm getting very frustrated. I need a cup of tea.
I totally understand. I would completely agree with this. To me, in my perception, it seems that Ronald Moultrie and these folks were purposely hamstringing Arrow, laying impediments in their path to make it almost impossible for him to do the job. And again, the Title 10, Title 50 thing. And I think that is probably one of the reasons why Senator Gillibrand in her interview encouraged folks to come directly to her. She has more legal authority than Arrow. And again, this is all kind of born out of, in my opinion, an attempt by the DoD to make Arrow as least efficient as possible and make it impossible for Dr. Kirkpatrick to do his job. Now, having said that, I've also been very critical of him. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but as you mentioned earlier, he's like an SES2, almost like a two-star general. If I would think he would be able to pick up the phone and within a 1 month period have a front-facing website. But if he's being hamstrung by not having the money to do this, this goes back to the earlier part. It blows me away. They did not get the funding that Senator Gillibrand and these other senators spoke about. I want to jump off a little bit. You mentioned this. You mentioned this letter. That was sent to Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. This letter was dated on April 27th, and I believe this became public the following day. The letter is to the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin, Secretary of the U.S. Department of Defense, and the Honorable Avril D. Haynes, Director of National Intelligence. And this letter is from Democrat Senator Mark Warner and Republican Senator Marco Rubio, being the chairman of the intelligence. I'm not sure what department, what committee this came out of. But I want to touch on a few of the things here. And again, this goes back to the obfuscation that elements of the DoD and the intelligence community have done for literally decades. And after we cover this, we'll go back to what I asked Senator Gillibrand about. These gatekeepers are clearly doing what they can to hide all of this from the American public. And sorry, I'm going to jump. Take another left turn. One thing to keep in mind is who in the DoD is going to hide balloons or quadcopters or anything like that. I mean, obviously specifics, but to go to the extent of ruining people's careers and engaging in administrative terrorism, the DoD or the IC, they're not going to do this over some kind of prosaic thing. There's obviously something non-prosaic that they are trying to protect. Anyway, I know I jump around a bit. But let's talk about the bullet points in this letter. So one of the things he says in here, the senators say the FY23 NDAA requires the director of Arrow, Dr. Sean Kirkpatric, to report directly to the principal deputy director of National Intelligence, PDDNI of their acronyms, and the deputy secretary of defense, despite assurances that there is a proposed plan to implement this change in reporting in circulation, we have yet to see any final guidance issued. We request that you provide us an update on the proposed plan, including the timeline for issuance and the final guidance. Chris, what are they talking about here specifically? Is this about moving Arrow out from under OUSDINS?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. Basically, they're now going Patrick is directly going to report to the principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Daisy Dixon, and Deputy Secretary of Defense, Kathleen Hicks. So, that was a really big deal, getting this out of OUSD and INS and Moultrie. They're only reporting to him now for minor things like HR and things like that. But otherwise, they're reporting to two very, very superior figures, more superior than Moultrie as well. They're basically asking, and this is the chair and vice chair of the intelligence committee, and they're basically asking why it's not been implemented. And also, I'll add another thing as well that. At least Lloyd Austin serves within the National Security Council in the White House. And we know that the National Security Council set up its own interagency team now. So one wonders what's going on with that, whether there is something else happening behind the scenes here in terms of control over the UAP issue with the White House versus the Congress on this. So perhaps you have a situation where Moultrie and Haynes, who actually previously seemed much more open to being transparent on this topic, maybe you have a situation now where they're reporting directly to Biden's team on this, and they're trying to make some progress. And in the meantime, they're basically ignoring the Congress. I don't know. There's friction there between the Congress and the White House, definitely.
For sure. And let's we'll go through a little bit further on this letter. So one of the things, another bullet point here, FY23 NDAA specified that the Director of National Intelligence which is Avril Haines, will appoint a Deputy Director of Aero from the intelligence community. However, to date, a Deputy Director has not been identified. This Deputy Director of Aero is intended to be the focal point for IC integration and to be fully empowered by the PDD-NI to convene the IC on the UAP issue. We ask that you update us on the timeline. So again, another position was supposed to be filled, and the Pentagon is, in my view, purposely dragging their feet, trying to torpedo this whole thing. Now, this gets into some more interesting things here, last few points, which we touched on a little bit earlier. So the third bullet point on this letter to Secretary Austin and Director Haynes, the FY23 NDAA established a secure process for Aero to interview witnesses. We are pleased with the number of interviews Aero has conducted, but ask Congress be regularly informed about the content of the interviews going forward. I mean, that's significant. That's basically saying that Aero has not been telling Congress what these whistleblowers have been telling them. And then you have Dr. Kirkpatrick kind of glossing over the whole thing in the Senate hearing, the recent Senate hearing on Aero. Yeah, Vinny, what do you think about that? I mean, that's for them to have to specify, hey, Aero, tell us about what these whistleblowers have been telling you. That I don't know what to think about that, but it's not good.
No, it's not good at all. I mean, you've got two members of the Gang of Eight here, people who have extreme amounts of power to be able to do something with this information. And if they're not getting it, how can they act? So yeah, they need to be kept in the loop with what is reported by the whistleblowers to Arrow. There's got to be some streamlined or structured way for this to be a regular thing so that the information flows. But again, this is just another example of how things are just slowed down and not happening as per the NDAA. like the previous point about the IC integration for the deputy director, that again, we're now in May, and we still have many parts of the legislation that have not been implemented, and it's just not acceptable.
It's absolutely not acceptable, and it completely flies in the face of congressional intent. And in a way, it's sort of giving the middle finger to Senator Gillibrand and the other senators that they don't care what they're legislating, which that's not how a democracy works, for sure. Another point here, the FY23 NDAA also directed Arrow to stand up a secure public-facing website or communication mechanism to outline the secure process for witnesses to come forward with relevant information. To date, we have seen no efforts to communicate the existence of the secure process to the public. We request that you provide an update on the plan to publicize the secure process for witnesses to come forward. So these whistleblowers that have come forward, they essentially have gone to members of Congress, and then these members of Congress have then sent them over to Arrow. You need to call this person, and we understand that some of these interviews have taken place in person in a secure facility. Others have been done over the telephone under a secure phone means, but yeah, essentially a two-star general that cannot find a way to make all of this happen. I just don't understand it. And here's the other thing too. If I were Dr. Kirkpatrick and all of this were mandated, and maybe he has done this, but if I were being stopped at every turn, I would immediately go to Congress and say, look, these guys aren't letting me do my job. I just don't understand it. And then finally they say, we have not seen an Arrow strategic communication strategy. Arrow established a Twitter presence in July of 2022, but has yet to post anything further, despite attracting over 31,000 followers. This highlights the lack of communication and transparency with the public. We seek to understand why Arrow has not made use of its social media presence and the future plan for educating the public on the mission and findings of Arrow. Again, same thing. That Twitter page has been up for how long? And absolutely no post whatsoever. To me, that's just unexcusable. And the other thing I would say as well, if I were standing up in office and I were the director of that office, Dr. Kirkpatrick, I would say the number 2 person, actually probably the first hire I would make would be a communications director, because your office is only going to be as successful as you're able to communicate your mission. And yeah, I'm very frustrated by that. Chris, am I being overly frustrated by that?
No, not at all. I think that Patrick would disagree with you because he's very much into science. He's like, let me just do my job. He's probably get into a room, analyze the cases, basically. Although I don't know how he effectively does that without a deputy director from the intelligence community. Because remember, with the intelligence community, then you've got access to the National Security Agency, the NRO, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So how are you going to work out all these cases just with a video, basically, using McWest techniques, unless you can actually have the full data? For instance, let's look at the West Coast events that happened recently. It's still not known where these things came from. So I spoke to Susan Goff a few months ago. She told me that they're reinvestigating those cases as part of that. So that's really big. And I think with some of these cases, you can't positively identify them unless you know where they came from, and who the operators are. Those are basic things. And and what you just said in terms of communications, director, that is so important. I think that it would be great to have a communication strategy in terms of this, in actually providing monthly updates of how the progress has gone, and if there are any holdups or anything like that, just communicate them. I think if we're honest, then people would understand that. And if Kirkpatrick had said before, for instance, that I need the proper authorities to actually do my mission, instead of having to wait until a public hearing to do that, then we would have understood that, you know. So communication is very, very much key to this, and I'm very disappointed so far about how it's gone.
I would agree, and again, this comes back to my frustration with Dr. Kirkpatrick. Maybe he's not the man for the job. The director of an office with on a topic that this is important. If you don't have a front-facing public web page, you're not responding on Twitter, you have no communication strategy, you're not communicating to Congress what these whistleblowers have been saying, and then you go in front of a hearing and, in my opinion, blow off what these whistleblowers have been telling me. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but everything that I'm hearing so far says to me he is not the man for the job. He may be a great scientist and all of that, but you usually don't have scientists running this kind of program. You would have somebody from the intelligence community that's going to be open to it and not. It's just it makes no sense. So let's jump back into the interview. One of the last questions that I asked was, what would she say to the gatekeepers that have kept this secret? And she noted that we obviously cannot have Chinese balloons, but said that it's not the job of the gatekeepers to level with the public. This, I think, is another really important statement that if you read between the lines, she is not, in my opinion, is not talking about prosaic explanations. It makes no sense to me. She's talking about orbs, things that are not from here. Otherwise, why would these gatekeepers go to such lengths to hide this and retaliate against whistleblowers and all of that? Chris, what do you think? Am I reading between the lines here too much, or do you think that may have been where she was going with that?
No, you're not at all. You have to read between the lines with politicians. Anyone who's a political out there, who watches political shows and who's involved in politics, they realise that you have to read between the lines when these kind of statements are made, especially with someone who could clearly be put in jail if they say too much because they're being given classified materials to work with. So I would say you're right on the money there, and I think she realises being made very, very clear to me that Brandon and other members of the Congress privy to data realise isn't from here, it's from somewhere else. They know that. They know already. I mean, those people that doubt them, that sell, it's just Elizondo and it's just Chris Mann. They have no idea what they're talking about.
They do not.
No idea.
Right.
I wonder if I don't think they've got themselves between them fair, because you've got John Radcliffe. I know for a fact that none of them know John Radcliffe. I don't know Elizondo have ever met John Radcliffe in their life. They're both singing the same hymn sheet. So others who are actually privy to this same feature as well, they're all singing from the same hymn sheet. I mean, Elizondo has the powers and like force you things. He doesn't know you, and I don't know. Right. It seems very, very likely that one man mission to deceive everyone. Right. I mean, we're talking about serious topic here. Politicians in terms of Senator Gillibrand, and I think again people just need to get real about this whole thing, instead of just being childish, really, and being egocentric. So, I think progress is being made. She knows what she's talking about, and you're perfectly right to read between the lines.
So Vinny, our final question to her was on legal amnesty. We asked, should there be legal amnesty for folks that have hidden this from the public? And I don't think she may not have understood exactly what I meant by that. And of course, what I meant by that were the people that have for decades hidden this from the American public, destroyed careers, destroyed lives over this, and made these NGOs or non-elected officials that have decided on behest of all of us that, oh, you guys don't need to know about this stuff. And again, this goes back decades before quadcopters or anything like that. So, Vinny, do you think she misunderstood the question, or do you think she was just being careful in how she answered that?
It's hard to say, and I wouldn't like to speculate too much. But I think she didn't look at it 100% how it should have been answered. You know, we need to, and this is a conversation that has been happening for a couple of years now, that these people that have been withholding this information from us, how much do we focus on letting them off? Like, give us the information and we'll kind of let you off to a degree. And then how much do we focus on punishing? I suppose is the only really word, you know. This is kind of, maybe could be defined in some ways as criminal for what they've done in the past. So which part of that do we focus on? Do we focus on just getting the information and forgetting about all of what they've been withholding? Or do we really, you know, put it to them? So, yeah, I mean, I don't think she really focused on that. I think she was still sort of down that whistleblower sort of line of questioning. So, you know, again, I don't want to speculate too much.
Of course. Chris, what do you think?
Sorry, what?
So you know, when we were asking her about whether there should be amnesty extended to the folks that have been engaged in covering this up for decades, because as Vinny noted, they're most likely, and I am 100% in agreement, there's likely criminal activity that took place. What do you think? Do you think it was kind of a misunderstanding of the question? And or actually, scrap that. Do you think that there should be amnesty for these whistleblowers, and as a mechanism to encourage these folks to come forward and spill the beans?
There shouldn't be just amnesty for whistleblowers. There should be amnesty for aerospace companies. That's where this needs to go. I mean, if you want to get to these programs, you want access to them, especially if they've been siphoned off to aerospace companies, and Congress has no way of getting to them, or at least it would take years or decades to even get through those processes. You need amnesty from them, and to be perfectly honest with you, I think that I would just I'll come back in 2 years maybe, and I'll be able to talk in further detail about this. But I think keep asking that question in terms of aerospace companies, and keep on thinking about how we got to this stage we're in at the moment.
I totally agree. Okay, let's get to some listener questions. Everyone has been super patient with their questions. Let's see here. So, a question from Nick M. A question from the chat: who has been retaliated against, and how will the retaliators be punished? So, what I can share is that I have spoken with whistleblowers that have experienced a significant amount of retaliation from different elements. It's not something I can comment on, but it has happened. The retaliation is significant, and it has occurred even in spite of this legislation. And this is something that we are going to be communicating directly with Senator Gillibrand's office about these cases that we are aware of. Chris or Vinny, and also for any questions here in the chat, if you have any questions specifically for Vinny or Chris, just say so. Vinny and Chris, any thoughts on that, or anything that you would like to share in terms of what kind of retaliation has taken place that you can speak about?
I mean, it's happened on all levels, hasn't it? It's happened within the armed services when it comes to pilots and service personnel, even reporting this kind of thing. There's been pushback, you know, and this goes right up to the highest level. So other than adding that to what you already said, you know, it's been happening for a long time and on all levels.
Chris?
I would say that you have to get as much as some really horrible stuff has happened, and you're dealing with trained killers a lot of the time who are making these threats. I would say that once truth comes out, you need to get beyond that, because we may be dealing with some more concerning things in terms of the activities from some UAP which seem to be prepping the battlefield. So I think that the concern needs to be placed elsewhere, which is perhaps why some of these people don't want the information out. Perhaps these people are just good patriots, American patriots. Sorry, my son. But with question that. Sorry.
No problem. Yeah, I completely agree. And what I will say about that retaliation, I would classify it as administrative terrorism. That is the best way to describe what these men and women in uniform have experienced. It's just crazy. Okay, super chat question here. I keep hearing there are military and intelligence people that will be coming forward in 2023 with huge revelations. What are your sources saying? Vinny, I'll throw that to you first.
Well, we've been hearing about this for some time from multiple people publicly and from sources as well. And, I think these people have come forward, but they are coming forward in classified settings. So we will not be hearing that information anytime soon. But, from what I've heard, and I know from, having conversations with other people, that they've also been told that this information is getting brought forward. But again, it's not something that's likely to become public.
Agreed. Chris, I know you're having to deal with your son popping into the Christopher Sharp studio there. So the question was, if you didn't hear it, was this was a super chat question. I keep hearing that there are military and intelligence people that will be coming forward in 2023 with huge revelations. What are your sources saying?
My sources have to be very, very careful with me because I'm a journalist. But I would say, in answer to the battlefield question, these things have been here for a long time. What are you talking about? We're dealing with the entire universe. When people say, oh, UFOs are just one entity, it's like, the universe is a pretty big place, like, they're not just coming from one civilization. I mean, it's just a little bit simplistic here. I mean, Earth's complicated enough, and we're just one planet. I mean, it seems a little bit simplistic. I don't know. But yeah, I would say all I'm hearing is chatter from multiple sources on this, that there are going to be some big revelations. I don't know exactly what they would be, but I'm expecting some big things. I can't comment whether they are going to be game-changing things, but I'm hearing they're big. But let's just wait until they come out to see how much of a game changer they actually are. But all I can say is that we're not just dealing with 2-star, 3-star here within the Pentagon. We're dealing with some really, really big players that we've had former directors of the CIA comment on UAP before. Look, a lot of senior people know about this, so I would hope that someone very, very senior does come forward to actually kind of make more of a wave in terms of UAP because of their name and their status. So yeah, that would be my hope anyway. But no one ain't telling me anything. So yeah.
What I can share is what has been shared with me. The extent of what I can say is that some very significant things will be coming forward. Very, 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 very significant. And I think hopefully by the end of the summer we will be having a very different conversation. Okay, moving on here. I'll throw this to Vinny. What if bad actors are in Arrow? How can whistleblowers trust them? It's a very good question.
It's a very good question indeed. I don't know. I mean, we hear that these people may be interviewed by Dr. Kirkpatrick. I don't know if there's any other people within Arrow that they're talking to. I really don't know. I mean, even if Dr. Kirkpatrick is a bad actor, he's still got a job to do, and he's still got to report to the relevant people. And if he's not doing his job, there'll be repercussions. So I think there's only so much you can obfuscate and hide when you're in such a job. So, I like to think that no matter what happens, no matter what stonewalling's going on, that things will still, slip through the net, and even the delays and the slow movement of this office getting up and running in the first year. I like to think that eventually something will happen, and if it doesn't, then Congress and the powers that be will have to kind of reassess the whole thing. Where do they go from here? Do they scrap Arrow completely? Does an office need to be set up in the executive branch that reports much higher up to almost to the White House? There are many ways that this can sort of change in the next 6 to 12 months, and I think maybe we'll see that happen.
I certainly hope so. Another question specifically for you, Vinny. Do you feel good about her attitude and stance and her being Senator Gillibrand in that interview?
she's given me absolutely no reason to think particularly negative of her. I know she was very cautious in the way that she answered questions. That's to be expected. There's no surprise there for me whatsoever. And again, let's just see how this plays out. You know, we saw in the hearing that I felt there should have been some follow-up questions from the senator to Dr. Kirkpatrick. But again, we don't always get what we want and think, you know, as someone watching from our cozy front rooms at home, that maybe we would have done this, we would have done that. So, you know, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt on some things, and, you know, let's see how this plays out. I know people will get very impatient and they want the answers yesterday, but, you know, as someone who follows this on a daily basis, you know, I see where this is going, and I think we can remain somewhat positive.
I agree. Chris, do you think we will see Eric Davis, Admiral Wilson, or Bob Lazar testify in public? I know there have been rumors of possible House hearings this June. You think we might see folks like them, or even like Lou Elizondo, or other folks that have been involved in this topic? Oops. I'll throw that to Vinny. I think your mic's off there, Chris.
Personally, I don't think we're going to see any of those faces. I think there are so many more people within the intelligence community, people within higher positions in the government as well, that are probably more likely to be called first. I think, you know, further down the line, we may start seeing the likes of people who worked in previous programs. But this summer, if we were to see Lou or Eric Davis and that, I'd be very surprised. But that's just my opinion.
Chris, are you
I
back
can
up?
answer now. Sorry,
there we go.
my little boy was like throwing his words
All good.
Apologies for that. But yeah, I would say that notes being taken. I wouldn't suggest that a date has been put in place at the moment. I say it's very much a process. It's still ongoing in terms of getting it all prepared.
Yo, listen to the fire truck. I'm gonna turn the audio on. Listen.
For Burchett to actually hold hearings within the Oversight Committee and one of those subcommittees, perhaps. I would say that they were probably watching closely what happened in the recent Senate hearing as well, and learning lessons and taking on board the feedback from the community, especially. But I think that we're in very, very safe hands. And I think that once this is all done and over, I think we would learn the full extent in terms of what's gone on behind the scenes and getting the hearing, if it happens, in motion. I think it's going to be really, really big, actually. I would note as well that Representative Luna is in that committee, and she's former US Air Force, and she's not exactly the biggest fan of the US Air Force either. So I expect some fireworks to potentially take place.
I agree. I am very much looking forward to it. And yeah, I think by the summer we're gonna, or by the end of the summer, I would say we'll be having a different conversation. And I also want to bring up too, one criticism I've heard Mick West bring up is that these senators, staffers have just kind of bullshitted their way with their senators and their congressmen, and these sort of I guess, I don't know if they consider them UFO enthusiast staffers, have completely fooled the senators or Congress people into putting forth all this legislation. They just completely fell for some charade. There is no more asinine argument. I mean, Mick West makes tons of them. We know that. But there's no more asinine argument than that. I can tell you from extensive conversations that I've had with multiple staffers that work for these congressmen and senators. And you have to keep in mind, these aren't staffers that are just bringing coffee or something like that. These are staffers that hold very high security clearances, staffers that specialize in the intelligence community or the DoD community. These staffers number one, they're working their asses off for the people in this country and really the world when it comes to this topic. They are very well informed on this topic, and they have to be, because they are the ones that are going to these senators and saying, you need to legislate on this particular issue. this is the evidence. And I guarantee you, it's not just balloons and drones that they are concerned about.
Matt, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Has Mick West or any of these other people who are criticizing, have any of them, from your understanding, ever worked in politics before?
So Mick West, my understanding, Mick West and this Jason guy, Colavito, I don't know what he is, or the guy in the basement.
I'm listening to this.
What's his name?
I'm listening to this Twitter space.
I don't
called the
believe
MRIA report.
ever worked in
MRIYA
politics, national
report.
security.
They're just like joking and laughing about the
or
world,
anything
man.
like
they're
that.
they're pushing
My
this
personal
war, man.
belief
Wait,
is that
it's all
these
fun and
folks
games
are
until they
really
start
just there
motherfucking
to
World War III with the nuclear World War shit.
And chaos. They're not bringing anything constructive to the conversation. Their sole thing is to disrupt the conversation. And the other thing you have to ask yourself too, like, why, if let's say I were interested in, or not interested in snowboarding or something like that, I would just move on to something else. I wouldn't spend all of my time
Ukraine
on it.
war,
Or let's say
Russia.
I didn't believe in the Loch Ness Monster. I would say, okay, I don't believe in the Loch Ness Monster, and then I'd go out and have a beer. I wouldn't spend 8, 9, 10 hours a day running some debunking website with the sole purpose. It just makes absolutely no sense. So that's my personal opinion. A lot of people may disagree with that. But yeah, to very long-winded way, I don't believe any of these folks, A, have ever interviewed a sitting United States senator, for one, or a congressman. B, I don't believe any of them have ever had conversations with officials on Capitol Hill. I think they're just kind of armchair keyboard warriors doing whatever they're doing for a reason I do not understand at all.
Absolutely. Based on that, they provide zero insight to the conversation, zero value, and to be fair, they're just not worth my time. You've got to be listening to people who actually do have insight, who know the sources involved, who know people within the DoD, intelligence, and politicians as well, who have actually seen the classified data. So multiple sources, if they're unconnected, even better, because they're not having conversations perhaps, and they're all coming at it from one way, and they're stating clearly what we're seeing is non-human intelligence. So I'd rather listen to those people, people like Marek, for example, who does actually have political experience working in the Obama White House and a games developer, or someone who clearly has psychological, like many of them do. So I wouldn't really give them any worry whatsoever, or listen, or take them seriously.
Right.
They're irrelevant to the conversation.
Well, exactly. And look, if I mean, let's say that I don't believe in the Loch Ness Monster. Hey, if somebody wants to bring up and show some evidence about the Loch Ness Monster being real, I'd say, okay, convince me otherwise. But with these folks, it's a predetermined conclusion, and their sole purpose in life is either clicks or maybe meeting performance metrics for Rupert Murdoch to keep yourself
Titty boy
gainfully
2
employed
Chain
at News Corp, or I mean, who knows? I mean,
they used to call 2 Chains Titty Boy.
It's,
I don't know why I keep muting my mic.
Truly a mystery,
I
but
gotta
they're not
stop
doing the
muting my
country
mic.
any favors at all. And they do not speak to multiple people in DoD, IC, or elsewhere. I would be surprised if they were. Okay, final question here. Has Gillibrand ever addressed lack of U.S. Air Force involvement? That is actually a question I wish I would have asked, because it is a question that I've had for quite some time. I don't know how she would address it, but I think it's been very clear from folks like Christopher Mellon, who was a former Assistant Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, that the Air Force has not been cooperating at all. Again, this is a democracy. These folks work for us.
We should have tea and
It's not the
crumpets next
other
time
way
around here.
And it's not for them to decide if they want to play by the rules or if they want to follow the law. That's not what this country was built on. So, yeah, my guess is that the Air Force has a lot to hide and has a lot of legal exposure for what they've done over the past 80 years. And the other issue as well, which I've spoken about quite a bit. You know, there have been many people that were former U.S. Air Force nuclear launch control officers, above ground police officers at Minuteman nuclear missile squadrons that had UAP experiences, either above ground where they encountered these craft above missile silos, or having, if they were a launch control officer, having UAP disable their Minuteman flight of missiles, which a flight is 10 ICBMs. These cases are documented. These people have testified. Multiple people have testified to Arrow under oath that these things occurred under oath, under the penalty of perjury. These folks have testified, and I am quite sure that is one of the main reasons that the Air Force is looking the other way and trying to obfuscate and lie about.
What's the equivalent of crumpets in the U.S.?
Yeah, and kind of one
What's
thing
the equivalent of crumpets in the U.S.?
Before we end here, these whistleblowers, they have nothing to gain and everything to lose by coming forward with their stories. These are men and women, patriots that have served our country and put their lives on the line for us, and we owe it to them to listen to them and respect their testimony. And Arrow owes it to Congress to report these whistleblower stories up the chain, up to Congress. To ignore them and sort of blow them off, which is how I took Senator Kirkpatrick's response, I think really flies in the face of the congressional intent. Chris, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm very, very confident that he has blown them off. I'm very confident in some cases that he hasn't taken. And I don't just say that. I sincerely believe that in some instances he's perhaps pretended to take it seriously, but then behind their backs kind of blown them off basically and said actually I think they were at all believable at all. So I don't.
Dude, they have Krispy Kreme donuts on Uber Eats. Holy shiznit!
But all I would say is that in cases like this, it takes an investigator sometimes, not a scientist, to actually verify and validate what they're saying, speak to the relevant offices and agencies before before kind of like making conclusions. And all I can say is that I think that,
as my dad would say,
I think that it's very, very telling from the recent Warner and Rubio letter that they feel that certain details aren't being told to them. And like I said, these whistleblowers have all come to the Congress before they've gone to Kirkpatrick. So they're basically, they've got the notes, they know what they said, so they're exchanging bits between what they've taken down from the testimony and what Kirkpatrick's told them. So, yeah, to a certain extent, I think the DoD in general and Arrow being boxed in. I don't want to be too unfair to Sean Kirkpatrick. He's a scientist. I think he needs more support there. I think you do need those investigators in there at the same time. I think you need that person from the intelligence community assisting him as well to make sure that he gets that data that he needs. And he needs the authorization as well to this data from National Reconnaissance Office, NGA, and other places that will have the data to actually help assist him get to the bottom of live cases, but also get him to the bottom of potential illegal SAPs as well.
Yeah, and that's where this whole Title 50 thing comes in. If Kirkpatrick is being told about a unacknowledged special access program that has retrieved intact off-world vehicles, let's say theoretically, and he does not have Title 50 to go digging into those SAPs, he's hamstrung. However, Senator Gillibrand and these senators, they do have that authority to look into those SAPs. And everything that I'm hearing is that there are quite a few people with that data that have either come forward or are coming forward. And also, speaking about coming forward, I would say what has been shared with me by several whistleblowers is almost a deflation, a frustration, and almost, I would say, an anger in a way as to how their testimony has been taken and treated. And I think that was a perception, and how Dr. Kirkpatrick seemed to gloss over what they have really gone out of their way and put their butts on the line to do that. My hope is, with this news, that Senator Gillibrand wants these folks to come directly to her office. I'm hoping that changes their attitude. We were told of specific reporting mechanisms to relay to these whistleblowers by Senator Gillibrand's office, and we are going to facilitate that communication and encourage these folks that we speak with to come forward to Senator Gillibrand's office. I would say somebody said this in the chat earlier, and I think maybe the chat or that particular message was erased. Somebody postulated maybe Senator Gillibrand is part of the cover-up. I can tell you 100%.
I need to subscribe to Elon Musk so I can join his spaces.
In my conversations with that office, you can take this to the bank. She and others will go down in American history books, and they will be spoken about for decades to come, and what they are doing for this country, and what the sacrifices, I think, or the risks, I would say, that they've taken politically to bring this topic out of the shadows. We owe Senator Gillibrand, Senator Rubio, and others that are supporting this effort a huge debt of gratitude. They are not part of the cover-up. They are working to uncover it. And this is sort of like a big ball of yarn that's been wound over 80 years, and it's going to take some effort to yank it out. Vinny, any sort of actually, what do you have coming up? I hear you have a couple of really great guests coming up on your show. I don't know who they are. I hope they're okay.
Milk loaf.
Yeah, what do you have
coconut raisin loaf, white loaf.
Yeah, so I am going to be joined by yourself and our other friend here, Chris Sharp, this Wednesday live on my channel. But also, more importantly, is the return of my amazing co-host, Katie Howland. So between the four of us, we're going to have such a wonderful conversation, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I am as well, I have to say. As I've said before, Vinny, you were the first person on the UAP topic I ever interviewed. And in terms of nervousness, this interview with Senator Gillibrand, that was my amp of nervousness was up at about 11. But when I interviewed you, I was about an 8 or a 9. I was up there. You're a legend in this community, and it was such an honor for you to give me your time. So we're always happy to help. Chris, how about yourself? Other than this party that we have coming up on Wednesday, anything that you can speak about? I know oftentimes there's, until it's out in the open, it's mum's a word.
There's some really cool stuff happening.
The donut one.
I'll just go on holiday, turn off the phone for the next 6 months. Nothing going on here. No, but seriously, stay tuned.
Dude, it's $17 for 12 donuts. I should get that.
I'd also look towards
free
the next
delivery. Oh my god, dude, I gotta get that.
National Defense Authorization Act language being published. I expect some more UAP language to be in there, and I'm expecting really, really big things. And Vinny, really looking forward to your show. Just saw you got some great guests, and really, really excited for that one.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it, and we're just gonna wrap it up here. But anyway, thank you both for the generosity of your time and your very thoughtful input and analysis on this really great topic.
I'm gonna ask my dad if he wants to buy some
this
too.
interview. We're hoping to announce some equally exciting interviews interviews to come on the Good Trouble Show. So anyway, I'm Matt. Thanks for joining us, and Chris Sharp and Vinny Adams. Thank you both from across the pond, and we will chat with you soon.
I'm getting donuts straight up, son. I ordered donuts. Yes. Hey Siri, who's live on YouTube? Who's live on YouTube? Where the fuck are all the live shows, man? Alright. Let's see what's going on. It's like nothing going on except Theme Park Steve's chilling. Find out what kind of tea I got. I'm gonna find out what kind of good tea I got to mix with the donuts. Get some ice for the soda too.
not going on Superman. I'm not going on Superman.
I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish an alien threat from outside this world.
Miss Maya.
Yet I ask,
why would she just ignore me, man? It's fucked up to do that to someone, especially someone that loves you so much. We love each other so much, man.
But it seems like there were like 4 tubes. There were a couple that are on my legs.
I think it was my dad. My dad
Somebody
caused
else
all
was
that
telling
drama.
the story, and I said that
She lost respect for me. Lost her respect for me. All that shit my dad was doing for no reason. Causing a bunch of bullshit for no reason. Making a hostile environment.
I got so frustrated. I was like, you know what? I tried my best to raise you, like if no one else cares about it, let's do that.
You know, have lifelong careers, or it seems to me, and I don't want to take this in a weird way, but a lot of people I know that get out, they have this fascination with, you know, UFOs, UFO sightings, or things that are otherworldly. It's called otherworldly.
Tom's got the video. Tom's got the video. My phone started doing exact same stuff as previous, but they didn't show it.
Does that freak you out at all?
Not so much.
On the night. So we started backtracking our tracks in that night, and we found those prints, behind our tracks. So this thing was following us the whole night. We didn't see it. I did not visually see it, but the dogs picked up on it. And that's, and once again, I'm trying to be logical here. I mean, that does happen where you're not going to see these predators unless they want you to see it. You know? So something's stalking us. So I remember we're walking around the bend, which is now called the Triangle, but back then it was called the Bend. And the other officer said, "Chris, stop! I hear something." I said, "What?" And as I'm turning around, the moon, the clouds go over the moon, and everything got dark. And when it got dark, it felt like the whole frequency and energy just dropped, like I was walking through water. It was bizarre. It was so weird. Yeah, the atmosphere felt like I was walking in water, like it felt like slow motion. Out of the ditch, you hear this god-awful howl growl come out of the ditch. And at the same time, this large canine, I say wolf,
Man, I need some more fucking medical marijuana. Who's a fucking donor of that stuff? Who's a donor of medical marijuana to patients that need it? I need to figure out where the donor is. I've been struggling for so many years. I deserve it. Spent all my money on that shit. Is ridiculous.
well, get out of the way then!
Dang, that was a crazy ass airsoft pistol. That's a fast firing rate.
You join me in the middle of the action at the gangster city Milsim in the UK. My objectives this mission are pretty simple: dominate the city and prevent the police from taking back control. Due to my abilities in stealth and covert operations, the Yakuza boss has given me a free roll to cause as much disruption to the police forces as possible. And for this job, I've brought along a silenced MP9 submachine gun sent to me by my friends at Swiss Airsoft. Not only is it one of the most realistic airsoft guns I've ever used, making it ideal for military simulations, thanks to the TNT Studio upgrades fitted by Swiss Airsoft, it has an insane range and the accuracy I'm going to need to get the job done today.
This is cool, man. I wish I was near this airsoft field. Instead, I live in some weird place where some fucking asshole, asshole decided to fuck with me. Yo. They can't even see him. He just posted up in the building. Damn, nobody sees him. This is fun. This is funny, dude. They're just sitting there like...
Is there anything behind us, guys? Are we going to attack them over that way?
No. Contact there, contact front.
If we can get out and push round, we can come up on them.
Yeah.
Should we try and push round to the right?
Yeah.
Having wiped out half the police force in our initial attack, and with our Yakuza gang spreading out across the city and taking control, I know the police on the
They're getting a little deep with the roleplay, huh?
target on my back.
So in the last week or two, this little device was banned on Amazon, it was banned on eBay, and people are starting to talk about keeping it out of the country because this harmless little dolphin-themed electronic toy can be used to skim credit card data. Does that mean that you should worry that all of your financial data is at risk? Actually, no. You should go out and buy one of these as quickly as possible, and I'll tell you why. So this right here is the Flipper Zero, and what it is it's been called a hacker tool, and people want common sense hacker tool control. What this is more like an electronic multi-tool. It's used for a whole bunch of different things,
Hey Siri, turn the lights to green.
Listening to RFID broadcasts and scanning NFC cards. And it's got a little doohickey here that lets it see and send infrared codes, so you can make it into a universal remote, turn TVs on and off and stuff like that. And then these little I/O pins right here let you plug almost anything in. And so there's a lot of stuff that you can do with this. You can program it to do different stuff. It has Bluetooth, USB, micro SD card. It is just like a development board, but in a little bit nicer, pocketable case. And that is, I think, why a lot of people are freaking out. Yes, it can scan the cards in your wallet and return some of the data, but so can a lot of different devices. The number of devices that actually do RFID and NFC stuff these days is through the roof. Nowadays, your smartwatch probably has pay capability. Your phone has Samsung Pay or Apple Pay or some way to store credit card data. The locks on the doors of the T-Rex shop uses NFC cards to open them. This is extremely common technology, and having a device that lets you explore that is not a problem. It just makes people more aware of the technology that is available. Banning this doesn't actually stop people from committing crimes. There are card skimmers everywhere. In fact, there's probably card skimmers installed in an ATM or a gas station pump within 5 miles of where you are at this very moment. The device hasn't been out for a very long time, and there aren't really examples of people using it for nefarious activity. Yes, it is very easy to use this thing to open the charging ports of Teslas at a distance. But generally speaking, people are doing cool stuff with this. They're making this the test bed for their other electronics projects because it has a screen, inputs, outputs, battery, Bluetooth buttons, etc. And they're learning really interesting stuff. Taking this away doesn't improve anybody's security, buttons, etc. And they're learning.
Yo, they turned it into a laser, dude. Look. They turned it into a laser, dude.
Etc. And the tech use this thing to people. It is very easy to use this thing to open the charging ports of Teslas at a distance. But generally speaking, people are doing cool stuff with this. They're making this the test bed for their other electronics projects because it has a screen, inputs, outputs, battery, Bluetooth buttons, etc. And they're learning really interesting stuff. Taking this away doesn't improve anybody's security. It just takes away a tool that people were using for interesting stuff. It can do all kinds of fun things, including, yes, it plays Doom. Okay, there's got. Come on. Okay. This is more of an educational tool than a hacking tool, which may actually kind of be the point. But the attitude toward rising financial and digital crime and cracking down on devices like this is very much like the attitude towards rising physical crime in the physical world and cracking down on physical defensive devices like this. We need common sense gun control, even though common sense tells me that having a firearm is the best way that I can protect myself in physical space. And common sense tells me that understanding what's going on with NFC cards and RFID chips and even my universal remote is something that's going to help me better understand and protect myself in the digital world. Removing this device from Amazon or from eBay doesn't close any of the security holes that already exist. It just makes me unable to explore those quite as easily. And that's maybe is kind of the point, because there's a lot of other hacker tools that are available, readily available, and not banned from Amazon or eBay. And not banned from Amazon or eBay. This right here is the Hack RF board. It actually has hack in the name, and it's an incredibly capable RF SDR device. And when you put it inside of this little backpack here, you end up with something that is almost pocketable, and it can do a bunch of stuff. If you've watched some of our previous T-Rex content, you've probably seen us spoof GPS signals using this thing. It can eavesdrop on airplane transponders. The number of things that you can do with this device that are nefarious are considerably more than this device. But this thing is not user-friendly. The learning curve is pretty steep. It's very, very finicky. This is more of a hobbyist device than the Flipper. The Flipper Zero feels like a polished, finished piece of consumer equipment with a really nice, easy-to-use interface that entices you to tinker with it and learn more stuff and become more educated in this particular space. I think that right there is the main reason that it's drawing attention, negative attention, from people that would rather we not know that stuff for some reason. Now, I'm a big fan of this device. I backed it on Kickstarter for a couple of reasons. Number one, I wanted this project to succeed on Kickstarter because I wanted devices like this to be more accessible. I wanted a device that was easier to use and mess around with so that people would learn more about this digital hacker space. I wanted that to exist because I thought that was a very important thing. The second reason that I wanted this device was so that I could let my kids play with it. It isn't just that this is fun to play with, but I actually think that something like this that is really simple and easy to use and allows my kids to understand how stuff that they can't otherwise see, like RFID cards and NFC chips and universal remotes for televisions, being able to actually see how those things work and figure out the actual systems is something that I want them to do relatively early. And, you know, they can plug it into a computer, write a little bit of code, and make LED lights that are plugged into these little I/O pins. They could do a lot of stuff with this, and I'd far rather that they start out tinkering with computer stuff on a simple device like this that has a lot of capability, than a complicated device like an iPad with not very much capability. And that is, I think, very worrisome to people, because what they would rather do is pursue safety. They would rather pursue safety at the cost of opportunity and options and really interesting understanding. And if it is true that we're going into a very, very dangerous world where state-level actors like Russia are hacking our elections and all of our financial data and stuff like that, wouldn't you want people to actually have the tools to learn about the various systems? Wouldn't you prefer that they actually be competent with some of the equipment of electronic warfare that's going to be waged against them? Or would you rather they be disarmed? I mean, this is a question that we ask about other devices in the physical security space all the time. And this conversation that says that because the world is dangerous and there are threats everywhere, the best thing that we could possibly do is disarm as many people as possible who don't break the law, well, that's exactly the same argument that you're making with devices like this. If you wanted your citizenry to be a free people who understand the world around them and understand how to build the sorts of tools that they need in order to continue to be more productive and more safe, then, well, this would be the last device that you would want to ban. Well, maybe it's the second to last device that you would want to ban.
I just caught some more smart dust samples. They just keep coming, man. They're like embedded in my clothing too. It's weird. I mean, they seem to be smart dust, but I don't know. They're fucking acting. They're flying like it, moving like it. Can't wait till those fucking Dunkin' Donuts get, whatever they're called, Krispy Kreme donuts. Hey, Witness Citizens Live. Holy shit. Hey Siri, turn the lights to red.
Website. I would imagine it would be either really boring prosaic stuff or likely prosaic, but they weren't able to really say for sure.
Mic check. Yo, what's up, Sean? What's up, Sean? What's good, son? Hey.
Not too. That we got pretty recently. So I don't know. I don't think Gillibrand is really too concerned about non-human intelligence. To be quite frank, and I don't think a lot of people are. I don't know. There's a disconnect. There's one side of people that are just really playing it cool as far as this goes, and just really concerned about things like Chinese balloons and all that kind of stuff, and foreign technology. And there's another group that's really concerned with the whistleblowers, crash retrievals, and all that kind of stuff. And those two are so different. It would be great to have some people on the same page. So apparently, some news that came in was Roswell Daily News, I think, reported that another hearing, except this time in Congress, not the Senate, but the House. Another hearing has been approved. So, but they're figuring out the details, and probably in June. So we'll see how that goes. What I would really like to see is a multi-day hearing with multiple witnesses. Whether they have been a part of previous programs, or they were just witnesses to some pretty intense UAP encounters. I would like to see a multi-day thing where all those people get to talk on the record, once and for all. If you really want to tackle this subject, stop beating around the bush, go direct to the witnesses. Let's see their conviction, their emotion, their honesty, and their truth, because really, that's why we're all here. We're not here because someone who hasn't witnessed something said something, right? We're all here because really impressive people have reported really impressive things, or we're somebody who has seen something ourselves. Let's stop beating around the bush and hear from these people. If people have taken part in past dark programs that has to do with UFOs and retrievals, let's get those people tested. So that's what I would see. Speaking to the hearings, it did show that video that they weren't able to identify. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick did, and the one was a plane or whatever, and the other was a sphere that they couldn't identify. It was definitely weird looking. Was it spooky, like UFO stuff? I don't know. It was definitely weird. But it's blurry enough where it could be anything. And I always say this when it comes to like classic UFO videos or pictures. But what they really represent is an ink blot. So anytime you see a UFO video or a picture, it's always kind of fuzzy enough to where it's in the eye of the beholder. Like I can see a UFO just as much as anyone else could see a balloon, and there's nothing to prove otherwise. These are ink blots. Make it what you want. So. But this article that I want to go over from Liberation Times, I thought was really cool for a couple reasons. First of all, it's scientific. An aeronautical engineer who is staying anonymous, wrote about this sphere. Can spheres fly? And he put some time into research into looking at what it would take to have a sphere fly and how that would happen. So it says, after seeing all the recent news about flying orbs and spheres, a few colleagues and I spent time looking at the possibilities of how spheres could fly, or at least levitate. The sphere is absolutely not an effective aerodynamic shape. At subsonic speeds, it creates no lift and generates large amounts of drag as the boundary layer separates from the surface once it reaches the maximum diameter. And at supersonic speeds, it forms a strong bow shock wave and acts as a speed brake. USSR uses spherical shaped grids. Both stock one re-entry vehicle for this reason. So aerodynamics is not the answer. A few months ago, a colleague proposed a hypothesis that a sphere was built with exotic superconducting materials. Some of these include bismuth, in case that sounds familiar. It does. Could fly using quantum magnetic levitation, also known as the Meissner effect. When these materials are cooled to or below their critical temperature, they expel magnetic fields. This effect would apply to the Earth's magnetic field. Therefore, by switching sections of sphere's surface on to expel the magnetic field and off to stop the effect, one could make a sphere levitate and even move in any direction. The round shape is the perfect shape to achieve such movement, depending on the granularity of the superconductor section. We initially dismissed this hypothesis because the Earth's magnetic field is magnetic field is weak, and a 5 to 10 foot diameter sphere would have no way of generating the needed power. But our thinking has evolved, and we now think this is a viable solution when coupled with another emerging technology, power beaming. Let's discuss the Meissner effect and how it would work first. Assuming the sphere can generate enough cooling power, or that the Earth's magnetic field can be amplified, a sphere built out of exotic superconducting materials could levitate, stay aloft in winds, and even move in any direction. This could be accomplished by placing the superconducting plates in a grid-like fashion. The plates would be independent of each other and could be turned on, and tuned to expel the magnetic field or turned off to not expel by an algorithm, depending on what maneuver it was trying to accomplish. To levitate, the sphere would turn off or lower the power of the plates on the top half and turn on and adjust the power of the plates on the bottom half to expel the magnetic field. Too much power in the sphere shoots upward, or too little and it falls to the ground. The same applies to staying aloft in high winds. Plates over the surface would power up to expel the magnetic field and push against the wind. Multi-axis movement can also be achieved in this manner by increasing power to some of the plates and lowering or switching off others. With increasing grid granularity, which results in smaller and smaller plates, the maneuvering capability becomes increasingly sharp. This technology could stop, hover, and accelerate in a different direction, mimicking some of the descriptions of UAV. With this technology, what this technology can account for is supersonic speed. Assuming the combination of very high cooling power and enhanced magnetic field and a lightning-fast computer to control the superconducting plates, this system can go from hover to high subsonic speeds and stop and turn at 90 degree. But crossing the transonic barrier and dealing with the low shock wave requires a very different type of technology like plasma actuators that we will save for another time. Let's now turn to the other platform. Earth's magnetic field is very weak, ranging from 0.3 to 0.6 Gauss. A magnet you hang on your fridge door has a strength of 100 Gauss for comparison. To make this work, we would need an extremely cooled superconductor combined with some way to amplify the magnetic field. This is the original reason we rejected this idea earlier, but that was only until we realized it could be accomplished with power. Power beaming is defined as a point-to-point transfer of electrical energy by a directed electromagnetic beam. It was the brainchild of Nikola Tesla, but only now is finally becoming a reality. The basics involve a large craft or satellite. Let's call it the mothership. Beaming power to smaller dependent vehicles. Let's call them light craft. Via electromagnetic beams such as lasers, microwaves, or similar methods. We have even tested this technology on the Space Force's X-37D spaceplane. The majority of future drones and satellites will almost certainly be light craft that are powered by a mothership of some kind. If our hypothetical sphere is a light craft and has a powerful mothership, then the obstacles start to melt away. A powerful mothership with advanced technology can certainly beam enough power to our sphere to achieve extreme supercooled temperatures. And with advanced enough technology, such a mothership could even increase the strength of the magnetic field around the sphere. So the concept, so far-fetched, does not seem impossible anymore. Condor Man wishes to remain anonymous as a senior-level aerospace engineer who has worked in the defense industry for over 30 years, designing advanced technology. So there you go. I thought that was pretty cool. To get that. So this guy's in the aerospace business. You know, can I confirm that? No, he goes by anonymous, but he sounds pretty dang smart. And he doesn't say that spheres that flying at super fast speeds is necessarily possible, but everything else theoretically is. So it's pretty interesting. Kind of goes to show, well, you know what I always think is American tech, what we're working on, is always far in advance of what we see. Like the U-2 plane. I think it made a first official test flight in 1955. I want to say they were working on it for a few years before that. Is that what the sphere is? Maybe, possibly. When I was research UFOs back in the day, they're never as small as these spheres. So that's pretty interesting. But we'll see. Time Time will freaking tell, man. I'll tell you that right now. So I thought that was a great article, and I think now is probably a good time to maybe I don't know, transition into some other stuff. I thought that we could get into some old documents, old cases that I find very interesting. But for now, I think probably good time for me to take a talking break, as you know I like to do. That way I can really deliver in the second half of the show. Because you know that's important. So for now, let's do this.
Good evening. Tonight we go after a fantastic story. The story that flying saucers from other worlds are visiting our planet, just as we are exploring outer space with our own rocket satellite. Our guest is former Marine Air Corps Major Donald Kehoe, who has the support of scores of prominent businessmen, military men, and some scientists in his campaign to prove that flying saucers exist. If you're curious to know why Major Kehoe charges that the United States Air Force is deliberately deluding us when it calls saucer stories the punk, if you want to hear his own evidence that the saucers are real, and his reaction to the claim of two Americans who say they've spoken with men from Venus, we'll go after those stories in just a moment. My name is Mike Wallace. The cigarette is Parliament.
The new high filtration filter, Parliament presents a Mike Wallace interview.
We'll meet Major Kehoe in just a minute. How does your cigarette stack up against other brands? Well, if Parliament you smoke, you're smoking the best, because now Parliament with the recessed filter is best. That's the new high five or high filtration Parliament. The proof? Well, suppose I show. First, Parliament is best because only Parliament can give you over 30,000 tracks. No other popular cigarette delivers less nicotine and tar. Second, unlike ordinary filters, Parliament's filter is set deep down inside here, so that trapped nicotine and tar can't get on your lip. And third, because it's recessed, there's no bitter taste of concentrated nicotine and tar to spoil Parliament's pure tobacco flavor. These filter findings are confirmed by the United States Testing Cup. Over 30,000 tracks, exclusive recessed filter, flavor pure protection. Yes, now smoke the best. High filtration Parliament. Now at popular price. And now to our story. Major Donald Kehoe is the director of the National Investigation Committee on Aerial Phenomena. As head of this private group interested in flying saucers, he's repeatedly attacked the United States Air Force and others, proclaiming that flying saucers are apparently flights of fancy, and not flights by Martians or men from the moon. Independent surveys show that millions of Americans do share his belief in these celestial saucers. Major Kehoe, first of all, let me ask you, most people in the United States, in spite of the fact that I say that millions do believe, I think you will agree.
All right. We've had enough of this guy. Cue the laugh. Yeah, they're not men from Mars. Yeah. So, the Mike Wallace interview is pretty interesting for sure, and it reminds me so much of now, for better or for worse. Havana comes in. Foo Fighters were small. Kind of going back, before we hit the Parliament commercial. Smaller UFOs. Yeah, they did. I mean, they were reported. I definitely saw them in the Blue Book. I'm just saying typically. But I am one to say I don't know what the hell this stuff is. So you know, there's that. So all right, now let's do something that I have just branded. It's called a blast from the past.
Life and where?
Oh, it's in a flying saucer. Yes, yes.
All right, blast from the past. So I put together a little thing that we can get into. Sorry, I'm having issues here. So blast from the past. What I wanted to get into here actually is I don't know why it's just keeps playing. Sorry about that. Is this interesting Washington D.C. stuff? There were a lot of sightings in July 1952. And all came to a head with Washington D.C. and General Sanford here. And they said the Washington D.C. sightings were temperature inversions. Now there was a big press conference. Which a lot of people recognize, remember. But most of the press conference is not in that clip. It's a 5-minute clip that's online that you can see. But the actual transcript of the whole thing in the archives. So I pulled it up. Took a couple bits of this so we could see Major Sanford here. Who says, you know, first the press asked him, is it all right to ask if the Air Force thinks that these other night were result of temperature inversion? Sanford said, well, I'll answer that first, and then ask Captain James. I don't think that we are quite sure that the Menzel theory of temperature inversion or that scientists are sure that this is a good theory. It's supported by some people. Other people who have had it would appear discredited. So the gamble as to whether is the cause or not is about 50-50 proposition. It's appealing. It does satisfy certain concerns. Is that a fair statement? Answer that question. Captain James, sir, the Menzel theory applies mainly to light. Yes. In regard to the temperature effect on radar waves, that's fairly well established. Down below, the press wasn't there a naval battle during the war in which there was a great engagement fought against an inversion of radar. I would love to know more about that story. They were fighting a temperature inversion. That would be great to know. But you can see here, temperature inversion thing. It's interesting that he said actually it was 50-50. You know, and a lot of people didn't agree on it. The temperature inversion, DC sightings went on to be reason for that. But it seems like General Sanford wasn't too sure about it. The press says General Sanford to clear. I think Captain James indicated earlier in this version. You now say that these are good returns. Can you get good returns on this temperature inversion reflection? That's what he says. That's just a small part. The story gets a lot better. So I actually found something very interesting in newspaper articles that I want to get to. And here it is. But first of all, let me actually do something else. I gotta do this a different way. Sorry about that. All right, here we go. So I found this in the newspaper. And I thought it was for all the research that I put in DC sightings and everything. Somehow I missed this. It's a first-person account from the CAA, which is now the FAA, which is now the FAA. The CAA radar operator, a few years of experience. So I took this story from the Buffalo News, July 31st, 1952, how radar in Washington spotted mysterious objects.
Come here, buddy.
Was a really cool picture, by the way. So saucers moved, helter skelter. Controller said, "I don't know what they are." It says radar man. Of saucers, CAA controller who watched, which were the blips that show up on the radar screen for hours, declares they're not natural phenomena. Harry G. Barnes, who wrote this eyewitness account of this month's first appearance of flying saucers over Washington, has been working on radar traffic control for 5 years. So we got somebody really writing this article, which is great. So. Shortly after midnight on July 9th, called me over to the radar and laughingly said, "Here's a fleet of flying saucers for you." As it turns out now, it could very well have been stating an absolute fact. I'm a senior air route controller for Civil Aeronautics Administration, and was in charge of the air route traffic that particular night at Washington's National Airport. Briefly, part of our job is to constantly monitor the nation's capital with the electronic radar for controlling air traffic. Our shift had been on duty about 40 minutes. 8 men were on this particular shift. It was a normal night for both flying and weather. The sky was cloudless. Storms were approaching. Air traffic was light. As usual for that period. I think those facts are in connection with what came later. The things which caused Ed to call me over to the scope were clustered irregularly in one corner. The scope is 24 inches in diameter and show up at a pale violet spot. Ordinarily, they represent aircraft in the air. Radar we were using is a 70-mile radius. The 7 pips indicated that the objects or whatever they were in the air over an area about 9 miles, 15 miles southwest of Washington. We knew immediately that a very strange situation existed. First, from all the information we had at hand, we knew that the spot.
Deep Purple, baby. Yeah. Now we're rocking out, baby. Now we're rocking out.
Enemy aircraft, some unexplained flying object. Something wrong with the radar. We tracked to 7 for about 5 minutes, and quickly they were moving between 100 and 130 miles per hour while we could observe. But their movements were completely radical to those of ordinary aircraft. It followed no set course. We're not in any formation. And we only seemed to be able to track them for about 3 miles at a time. The individual pip would seem to disappear from the scope at intervals. Later, I realized that if it had made any extremely high speed, that would account for them disappearing temporarily. A radar is only designed to track objects in the air at speeds known to all of us.
Hey, I got donuts coming. Yeah.
After 5 minutes of watching the screen, I asked Jim Copeland and Jim Ritchie's radar to check our observations. They confirmed our findings. Then I called the tower to see what the radar showed. The radar operator verified the same thing. This is a regular procedure, but some parts that are not at liberty to explain it in detail. But we kept the Air Force with observations, which continued to lead the next 6 hours until after daylight. We could no longer distinguish the objects from other aircraft. An early Sunday morning, especially busy time for both private flying and military reserve. Before notifying the Air Force of our findings, our technicians had carefully checked the equipment to make certain that it was operating perfectly. These are the most important events of the next 6 hours. During the first hour, the objects over all sectors of our school. That meant that they had been over the restricted areas of Washington, including the White House of 17 years of flying. Shortly after taking off, Mr. Ritchie asked Captain Pyramid to look for the objects we were watching on scope. He agreed to do this. All of a sudden, his voice came over the radio, which we could all hear, with the words, "There's one. And there it goes." He described it as just a bright light, moving faster than a shooting star at times. His subsequent descriptions of the movements of the object coincided with the position of our pips at all times while in our range. During the next 14 minutes, he reported that he saw 6 such lights. He said they had no tail, no recognizable shape, and were just bright lights in the dark sky. Each sighting coincided with a pip we could see near his plane. When he reported that the light streaked off at high speed, it disappeared on our scope for the apparent reason I cited. While he was giving us reports of his sightings, he was on a course from Herndon, Virginia, to Martinsburg, West Virginia. Some of the other pilots we contacted reported that they were unable to see the objects. I had the distinct feeling that some of them were just unwilling to discuss the subject over the radio. However, one other commercial pilot did flatly confirm seeing a light off his left wing, which we saw as a pip on the scope. He was coming in for his landing, and the tower scope reported the same radar sighting. The light disappeared on our scope, and from his view, about 4 miles before he touched his wheels down. Nobody talks about this part of the case. That the radar operator was able to match their blips to visual sightings from 2 pilots. But yet Safer goes out in a press conference and said temperature inversions, and we're dealing with the same very thing right now with Dr. Kirkpatrick. During the whole period of observation, we could detect no pattern to the movement of these objects. However, they did seem to become most active around the planes we saw on the scope. We did not see the pips in any recognizable formation at any time. The radar we were using does not show altitude, and is faintly possible that the objects could have been in a vertical formation without our recognizing it. At one time, toward daybreak, we counted 10 objects over Andrews Field, just outside of Washington. We cited 7 originally. Most of the time, we could count 8 of them. The only recognizable behavior pattern which occurred to me from watching the pips was that they acted like a bunch of small kids out playing. It was helter-skelter, as if directed by some innate curiosity. At times they moved as a group or cluster, other times as individuals over widely scattered areas. Other than some information in connection with our communications with the Air Force, which is classified, the above is a complete factual description of the important events which took place during those 6 hours. These facts I have set forth in my official report to CAA. Speaking personally, and not officially for CAA, I would like to make these additional comments. Radar is strictly an electronics device. It has no imagination. It reports only what it sees. The equipment was in perfect operating order during that period. There is no other conclusion I can reach but that for 6 hours on the morning of July 20th, there were at least 10 unidentifiable objects moving above Washington. They were not ordinary aircraft. I could tell that by their movement on the scope. I can safely deduce that they performed gyrations which no known aircraft could perform. By this, I mean that our scope showed that they could make right-angle turns and complete reversals of flight. nor, in my opinion, could any natural phenomena such as shooting stars, electrical disturbances, or clouds account for these spots on our radar. Exactly what they are, I don't know. You now know as much about them as I do, and your guess is as good as mine. Wow. That's some crazy testimony. Pretty cool. That this newspaper story got a hold of the original photograph of the radar at Washington National Airport, and I had no idea this existed. I don't know if anybody else does. They probably do. But I didn't. And I think that's pretty cool. The radar control room of the CAA at Washington National Airport tracks strange objects on the large scope and center foreground. It shows position of aircraft within a radius of 70 miles. The picture below is what CAA traffic controllers saw. Mystery blips were tracked from midnight until dawn on the first light. So these blips, you can see the arrows to them. They say aircraft blips, but that's what the UFO blips actually are. So not only did we have radar, and we also have visual, and we also have physical evidence of the radar picture, the radar photograph. In 1952. Here we are, 2023. Still dealing with it. And then we have somebody else. Radar experts challenge Air Force saucer theory, deny sightings, only light reflections. So if you watch the show, we actually did a whole thing on anomalous propagation, and that's basically what temperature inversions, are. So temperature inversion causes anomalous propagation. So we have some radar experts who challenge the Air Force saucer theory, deny sightings, only light reflections. Radar experts and weather scientists today challenge the Air Force theory that flying saucers are ground objects reflected in the sky under freak atmospheric conditions. Radar crews at Washington National Airport, where mysterious blips have been tracked 3 times in the last 2 weeks, maintain that they have recorded unknown objects twisting in a weird pattern and not light reflections as the Air Force suggested. The U.S. Weather Bureau, while conceding that a temperature inversion has existed during the current hot spell, took issue with the theory expounded by General John A. Sanford, Air Intelligence Chief. A temperature inversion is a layer of warm air above cold air. Sanford suggested that under such conditions, an auto headlight or airport beam could be reflected in the sky as a flying saucer. A Weather Bureau official said, however, that reflections due to such an inversion ordinarily would appear on a radar screen as a steady line, rather than as a single object, such as were sighted on the airport radar scope. Other saucer developments included the Air Force seeking an unshakable explanation of the mysterious discs, rushed preparations to scan the skies with a battery of 200 astronomer-type cameras and powerful telescopes. Reverend Francis Hayden, director of the Georgetown University Observatory, predicted that the saucer season will reach a climax August 12th, the probable time of the annual brilliant Perseid shower, when thousands of shooting stars fill the sky as the Earth, in its orbit around the sun, passes through a disrupting comet. Just so you know, there was no busier saucer time than July 1952. So the Reverend was wrong. The Air Force was reported checking photographs taken by Coast Guardsmen at Salem, Massachusetts last Saturday, purportedly showing 5 flying saucers moving in formation. 2 Philadelphia scientists agreed with the Air Force explanation of the mystery visitors and blamed weird reflections resulting from the hot weather. Jet fighter interceptor pilots at bases throughout the country remain on a 24-hour alert, ready to take off in hot pursuit of any saucer reported in their locality. the Navy confirmed that on May 11th, 1943, mysterious objects sighted by radar were erroneously identified as enemy ships, touching off a salvo of scores of rounds of ammunition fired at a non-existent enemy off Alaska. The Navy said the error resulted from atmospheric reflection like that, which sometimes makes freak television reception possible. That's interesting, because if that's the case, if that really happened, that the Navy was fighting temperature inversions on their radar, that in 1943, that even proves more that by 1952, these radar observers, especially commercial and military, would be trained up on this. They wouldn't have the Navy fighting temperature inversions and then, just not look into it and just be like, oh, yeah, that was no big deal. We're not going to train anybody, to look for those inversions. And just in case, the same thing happens. That's why they're full of crap. Because they would do that. They would train their observers, especially their military radar operators, if something like that was real. So I wonder what really happened then in 1943. Was it temperature inversions, or did the Navy have a battle with UFOs in 1943? That would be very interesting. We'll have to look further into that and see what shakes. That was, Foo Fighter time. So this is, the same thing, the radar picture. I just wanted to make it a little bigger for you guys so you could see it. Not that you can make anything of it. I'm not a radar expert, so I can't really. But it does show that something was there. And people were confused, obviously. And then this radar picture is just crazy. I can't believe this one didn't get famous. Here's a radar picture with blue flying saucers all over it. And nobody cares. What the heck? That is just crazy to me. Oh, it's awesome, like pulling little jokes like that or whatever, because I don't know if anyone's laughing, or if I'm just laughing at myself. So, yeah, all you guys could be like, whatever, dude, stop. Or you could be laughing like crazy, and I would have no freaking idea. But, hopefully you were laughing. Text me if you were laughing or something. Put something in the chat. Make me feel a little better. Not so alone in my corniness and dad jokes. He says, whatever, dude. Okay, so 1952, like we said, July 1952. Biggest year in the business, right? And I'm not going to go through all these reports, but I just put these together just so you could see how many actual sightings there were in July 1952. Look at all those. That's a lot. That's a lot of sightings. And we just touched on one, the DC one. But trust me, they were all over. And this next one I thought was extremely interesting. And I'm only going to cover this one. And I'm not covering this one because it's like the best one or anything. I just think it's interesting because on this date, July 31st or July 29th or 30th, around there, even the 27th or whatever, there were so many sightings on the same day all over the place by military people. Seeing multiple objects, doing crazy things, civilians, everybody. Right? So this story is interesting to me because I like to look for the ones that are just a little bit different than the other sightings. And this one was. It got some publicity, which especially makes this better because I have more information that I can pull from, more interviews and such. So that's another reason I wanted to cover this one, but it has to do with this Marine. He was a private who photographed saucers on July 29th, 1952. This is his statement. After hearing talk of flying saucers, his name is Ralph Meyer, by the way. Private Ralph C. Meyer. After hearing talk of flying saucers for the past 2 years or more, and then hearing that a so-called saucer had been seen over Miami Beach by Mr. Blank the 28th of July, 1952, I decided to take home a camera, and there just might be more excitement. The Navy camera, a Cine Kodak, was checked out through my NCO in charge. I was sitting in my home and turned on my TV and heard more talk of flying saucers by WTVJ. Then and there, I decided to go over and see Mr. Blank and actually talk to someone who had seen one. I had a hunch that I don't know what that says. That if he usually saw something Monday, it might reappear just as those saucers reappeared in Washington, D.C. I took my wife, Blank over to Miami Beach. Oops. I don't know why I went backwards. Over to Miami Beach, we began to look for Mr. Blank. We finally located him, and I got my story from him. The time was about 9 o'clock. After hearing his story, I was very skeptical. It seemed rather fantastic. I asked Blank if he would mind if we went to the back of his blank and wait. Mr. Blank was visiting Mr. Blank. I identified myself and told them I had a hunch. His permission was granted. This was nearly a hunch I was working on. There was no official business involved. So he's trying to get a camera because he thinks he's going to see a UFO based off of his intuition, which we actually hear of that before, which is interesting. I finally was seated in Mr. Blake's patio from 9:10 to 9:30. Nothing happened, and I made a little joke out of it. Said, "No flying saucer man yet." At 9:35, it was far from a joke. The object appeared. It was startling. The object or saucer was a bright orange dish shape. I was not the first one to see it. People on the west bank of the river said that there it is again. Immediately, I jumped to my feet and screamed to them, "Is there anything in the sky?" They said yes. I didn't see it immediately. An apartment was in my view. I stepped back about 15 feet and saw it. The object was moving from east to west. It was at tremendous altitude. I couldn't approximate because there were no clouds to give my approximation, but it was the size of a pinhead compared to a $50 piece. After about 15 to 20 seconds of being startled, I began shooting movies of the object. It was so small through my rangefinder that I could hardly see it. Knowing I might be the only person on Earth to get motion pictures of this, I began shooting by approximating its location and by naked eye. The object moved across the horizon on a perfectly straight course at tremendous speed. I took 40 feet of film, approximately 12 frames. Have an image. The photographs show change in shape and surface. I was surprised that it wasn't visible when it flew over, only visible on the actual film. It was so much more brilliant than a star, about 3 times as bright. Interesting. So we got a Marine guy taking photos of flying frickin' saucers, man. Let's see what he's got. So that was to the Air Force and the investigator. The Air Force actually, well, someone in the Air Force was actually upset that there wasn't an explanation for this sighting. They thought there was plenty of information out there to actually have an explanation. So they decided to reevaluate the sighting on July 29, 1952. The following are those points and data of significance which lead to a final conclusion. This isn't all of them. These are just the ones I pulled out. Psychological aspects. Strange part of the story is from Blank's own statement that I had a hunch I would see a saucer. Also, I went to a Mr. Blank's apartment to wait on the possibility that a saucer may appear again, as did in the Washington case. This statement definitely establishes at least anticipation or confidence on Ralph's part that a saucer would appear for him. Strangle Captain Gregory's comment, saucers just don't appear just because you wish one to be there. Well, I don't know. Sometimes they do. Ever heard of CE5, man? Come on. Also, his statement, I began shooting pictures because I might be the only person on Earth to get a motion picture of this. Comment. A question arises, was this an unconscious admission to the interrogator interviewing him that he was striving towards ascent. Can you believe this? They're just like looking for any excuse to discredit this guy. It's unbelievable. Conclusion: if we discount the statement that he observed the object for 3.5 minutes, if we discount what we want to discount to make our theory work, then and it's been proven by psychological tests that most people under stress and excitement greatly overestimate
Psychological
time.
warfare, like a whole
Then the object, on the basis of other correlated and supported date given above, was possibly a meteor. He's not photographing a meteor. Okay. Colonel Johnson, this is submitted in the event that the matter which we discussed late Thursday afternoon may come to a head or result in a potential controversy, public relations-wise. As far as if the Air Force is concerned, it is offered for whatever action or use you may deem necessary. No action or information will be released without specific approval or authority from you regarding this matter. Incredible. Freaking incredible. And here's the newspaper report. Marine here snaps disc. A strange orange yellowish object traveling at more than 2,000 miles per hour was photographed last night by a Marine cameraman watching from a Miami Beach home. Okay, first of all, just to be fair, I don't know how he would know it's going 2,000 miles per hour. So maybe he did some homemade, figuring out, triangulation, whatever you got to do. But seems pretty hard for me to believe that he would know that. But 40 feet of film were taken of the object as it flashed across the sky, the Marine reported. However, showed any image. Only 8 frames of the film. The object, which observers said they saw for about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, was photographed around 9:35 p.m. by Ralph Mayer. We got his address. We could go visit him. Officials at the Marine Corps Air Station in Apalaka released the pictures and information at 2 p.m. today without comment. The films were shot from the patio of the home of Herman Stern. Stern and his wife 2 days ago reported spotting flying saucers in the sky above their residence. The film showed a bowl-shaped image with a projection on top. The object looked like a ball of fire. It was not clear enough, however, to be diagnosed as a flying saucer or a meteor. Mayer said what he saw in the sky was crystal clear, and that as fast as it was traveling, he noted detail in the object or phenomenon. The Leatherneck said he went to the home of the Sterns on a hunch. He was not acting officially for the Marines, but on his own initiative. He checked out the 16mm camera from the MCAS yesterday afternoon. He had requested permission of the Sterns to watch this guy from their home, along with his wife Eleanor and a friend. They arrived at Stern home about 9:05 p.m. About 9:30 p.m., they heard neighbors shout, "Look, there, in the sky." For several seconds, Mayer recalled, we saw nothing. Then an orangish, yellowish-shaped object appeared. I pulled out my camera and shot about 40 feet of film. After more than 3 minutes, the object disappeared. Mayer said his wife and the friend saw the object along with the other residents in the area. The Marine then called the officer of the day at Apalaka, and he and a public officer, sergeant, went to the Stern house and obtained the film. Marine officials at the air station had no comment to make on the photos. They stressed the fact that Mayer was acting in a non-official capacity. All we did was process the film, one officer commented. All we did was process the film. No way, man. If you process it, that means you think that they're aliens. The Marine 22-year-old Private Ralph Cleveland claims he recorded the object on 16mm film Tuesday night. Mayer said the crystal clear object was witnessed by himself, his wife, and another couple, 3.5 minutes. You know this. It's a stupid slide. I shouldn't even made it. Gosh. Okay. This is a saucer. 4 views of the flying saucer that flashed over Miami Beach last night are reproduced from the film taken by the Marine Marine Private Mayor. The film was released without comment by 3rd Marine Air Wing officials. Miami Daily News artists did not retouch the saucer itself, which loses some detail in reproduction, but did retouch scratches on the film and designated the object with arrows. The photo shot the orange-yellowish object was bowl-shaped with projection on top. It speedily vanished after being watched for more than 3 minutes. And it's too bad that we only have a black and white version. Here is your ink blot. But, you know, what if you have all these sightings going on in July 1952? Like, my question is, what if this was whatever was going on? What if it is a sauce? We have no idea. You can't tell. But you just don't know. But that would be cool to see a color version as described. Here's just another picture. This is kind of how it showed up in the paper with the 4 objects together like this. I love these old newspaper reports, man. The newspaper was definitely reporting on saucers and stuff back in the day, and they would be on the front page sometimes of the news. Like, some of these stories were front page news. We haven't seen that in a long time. So, you know, when we talk about kind of like progress and stuff with UFOs and Congress and all that, there are these parts of the UFO story that are making progress as far as Congress goes and Arrow and all that, blah, blah, blah. Even if it fails, it happened, and it was enacted into law by Congress, and that's a plus. But there's also some backwards motions in the community as well, one of which is the media. Like I said, some of these reports, and not even just the DC one, which obviously would be front page news, but there are other sightings as well throughout those years that, and other stories that made front page news, and that just doesn't happen anymore. So there's definitely steps backward that have been taken as well. I just think it's important to keep that in mind. Who cares what I think is important, honestly? But in case you're someone that does, there you go. I have something special that we can do. You might know what I'm talking about. You might not. I'm not sure yet. You do. Lord Bass knows. And I made a new little clip for it. What the heck is that?
It's on top of the coffee.
That's right. It's our segment, What the Heck is that? Where we watch videos. This one is a little bit longer. All right. But it's really interesting. This guy, Project Unity, he's on Twitter. He posted this video. He said someone anonymous gave it to him or showed him or whatever. So they don't want to be known because of blowback. I don't really get it. It's a cool video. You know, there's no blowback if you don't try to pretend what things are. You know, there's blowback when you start saying things like that you don't have proof for. Like, if you go to work, your day job, and you start telling your coworkers, aliens are walking among us, man. Bob Bigelow said it on 60 Minutes. You know, what are you going to do post-disclosure? What do you know, if you start talking like that at work, then there may be some blowback. But if you're just showing a video that looks pretty cool, and you're like, I don't know what it is, but I thought it was neat, there's no reason for anyone to have blowback. And I really don't buy it. If you were to attach an explanation for it that is supernatural or out of this world with confidence and conviction, then there'd probably be blowback. But anyways, that was a long monologue for this. So, and there's no sound to it, but luckily for you, I made music. I made a little soundtrack for it. And I think you're going to like it. You know, I'll tell you what I believe. In. I don't personally think that it's the CE5. Well, you know, I don't have any. This is intuition. This is intuition. I don't personally think it's the CE5 or maybe even the act of maybe it is, but maybe it is the act of meditation. Or the act of meditation. I feel like more so it's intent and intention. And for those not familiar, CE5 is commonly known in the community for a way to contact non-human intelligence through a ways of maybe astral projection, some sort of meditation that puts you out in the cosmos to contact whatever's out there. But also, I think there's more so an intent. And I think a lot of the times with the meditation is CE5 is more of a kind of gets you in the right mind space, right? It sets you up, it prepares you, it gives you the intent to have an experience. But I think it's the intent, and it's the meditation, and everything that really prepares and builds up and makes real in you your intention. Could be wrong, but it's just, just an opinion, just an idea. So appreciate you. Wanted to get to that question. You were here all the time, Lord Bass. And if you have a question, I want to answer it for sure. Yeah, and it is powerful with laser and lights. But I think it's intent. Right? Like if that's what you're. I think meditation or CE5 is just another way to really cement your intent. Now, in that rhyme, get out of here. I'm going to get out of here. Thank you. Like the video. Subscribe if you haven't. Got Ross Coldheart this week. Jay is going to be back. With me, interviewing that guy. Can't wait to get after that. I guess I'll see you soon. Peace.
Reported by reputable, trained observers.
The object was flying head on at us. It was 50 times the magnitude of the brightest star.
I devise a plan to draw them into a trap. I head to the Federal Reserve, a building with a maze of corridors.
Sometimes has told people that there's one species that is not.
What the fuck was that?
Good afternoon. Fade to Black breaking news for this Monday, May 1st, 2023. This is all of the news that you need. I'm Jimmy Church. Let's get straight to it.
Anybody. But there's people pretending to be people. You guys know who I am. You've seen me. You hear me. You know I'm a real person. All right. Now, you guys, unless I've spoken, you could be anybody. No, I'm not saying you are. But you could be. Thank you, Anglo-Saxon. I hope you guys understand that. And again, I don't mean offence. I've never meant to offend anybody ever. So I did vet you. Just me 23. I know who you are. So what I've done, I've literally taken everybody's wrench unless I've known you for years and I know who you are and I've spoken to you. I know you are Mouse Nation. I think you're. Hang on a minute. You should still have one. We're just getting to the chat. I will be giving them back. Don't get me wrong. I will be giving them back. So don't worry, guys. Okay? I just want to know who you are. I think that's fair. Most channels don't give wrenches out like we do over here. I'm going to give you an update on that in a moment. So most people don't give wrenches out like I do. I've always given wrenches out. I think what's happened is because there's people here who are new. Which is great. We love new people. Hello, Rosie, darling. Which is great. We love new people. Just be a bit patient with me, guys. All right. I appreciate if you can just bear with me while I go through everybody. Right, that's it. That's it. First of all, please don't be offended. Secondly, unfortunately, it's a nightmare. It really is. It's a nightmare. Hello, Shelley. Yes, I know who Shelley is. Mouse Nation, Louise, Blossom I've known for years. Belinda, I think you're lovely. All I ask is that you just contact me on Facebook, Telegram. Just let me know who you are, and then I'll be giving it back. Michelle, can you download Telegram at all? Anyway, I've just done it now. So there's probably still people that have still got them that won't be having them, and vice versa that should have them that don't. I'll be sorting it out after. Okay. But before we get into that, there is still wrenches here. I just want to say a big welcome to everybody in the live stream. A quick update. Before I do my hellos, because I will do my hellos. I've spoken to Rainbow Storm. Now, anyone that doesn't know who Punch the Narrative. It's red underscore pilled underscore rabbit, and you can find me. But you've been on the panel before, so I know who you are. I love Sid. Bridget, I've spoken to Louise, Kate, Mouse Nation, Jane. These are all the people that I speak to. Scottish Davros. I just hope you guys can understand. I just hope you can. Tammy, welcome. She's on Facebook. Please don't take anything offensive because I don't mean to. Hello, Jane Kelly. Shelley, spoken to Ellen, the beautiful Ellen. So there's people that I've spoken to. Thank you, Belinda. I'll go for that after. Real Super Doctor. Hello, I've known you for years. Jane F. You'll be getting yours back as well. I think I've seen you, but if you can leave a quick voice note. All the groups have gone. There's no groups left. I will be getting a new group back. Right then. Rainbow Storm. Okay, we've been talking for a while on email. He's a great channel. I think you'll like him, David Banner. He's very, how you doing, mate? It's a truth there. I'm just going to get his channel up now. I know he has deleted some of it, not privated some of his content. Okay, and the reason why he did that is because he's 50-50 on the Nicola now. We're not going to be doing any more Nicola Bully. As I said this before, Nicola Bully live streams, the clues night stopped until the inquest. That's a fact. That's a fact. We need to wait till the inquest. But there's still going to be stuff that comes out on videos why people are putting information out and whatnot. Now, Rainbow Storm, he's been going for a while, but he did do a lot of work on the Nicola Bully case, and he told me that what he's done, he has privated or deleted, I think, a lot of his Nicola Bully content, and the reason being he's a very genuine, honest person, and he's not sure in his own mind whether this is a psyop or not. I'm just going to get his channel up. For those of you who don't know who he is, thank you so much for the super chats, by the way. I don't think I even said thank you. I'm so sorry, guys. Anglo-Saxon and Jane, thank you so much. Thank you. And I will do a thank you in a minute. It is hard, Lulu. Yeah, I'm going to do my hello still. Just give me a sec, folks. Okay. Anyway, so this is his channel here. If any moderators could drop his link, I'd be very grateful. And he's going to be joining me now on Wednesday. We're going to stream tonight, but he's got a lot on. It would have been better to do it on Wednesday. Now tomorrow, I can't do tomorrow because I'm at football with Jack tomorrow evening, and then when I get back, he has to have his shower and everything. So tomorrow night's out the question for me. I'm going to be live streaming with Rainbow Storm on Wednesday. Oh, thank you, Louise, sweetheart. On Wednesday evening. Now, the reason why, if you're wondering why he's taken down a lot of his Nicola Bully content, which he has, it's purely because he's not sure whether this is psyop.
1999, the body of British mountaineer George Mallory was discovered on Mount Everest some 75 years after he and Andrew Irvine disappeared while attempting to become the first people to summit the peak.
My name is Robert M. Wood. I go by Dr. Bob.
Oh, he worked at. Oh, this is Robert Wood. Okay. We know this guy. This is a good friend of ours. We pretty much know all these guys, though. Pretty much know everybody.
My name is Robert M. Wood. I go by Dr. Bob. These days. I have a degree in aeronautical engineering from the University of
It's like Dr. Science Bob. I mean, like Science Bob. Oh shit, it's on my earpiece. Who is Sky Kiss? Who is Sky Kiss? Sky Kiss, Sky Kiss. Why can't I see Sky Kiss? Yo, I gotta watch Robert Wood. I didn't even realize he worked at McDonnell Douglas, bro. This guy is an awesome personality. One of the great personalities of UFO disclosure. Dr. Robert Wood, man. From McDonnell Douglas Aerospace. He's great. He's awesome. Alright, let's watch this interview. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my, I'm looking for my Guinness. Where's my Guinness? I'm like getting this I should go for an electric bike ride. This shit's so fun. Oh my god. I need to go pick up my other electric bike. Where's my beer? Oh, here it is. What am I looking for? I'm trying to... marijuana. I'm working on it. Alright, whatever. What else? Yeah, I got my beer. That's what I was trying to get. Beer acquired. Success. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. John, eat your donuts and hang out. Eat your shrimp and cod and... Come here, eat your food, John. Then you want to go outside? What do you want, John? Do you want medicine? I wish I had oxycodone for you. They took that away from us. They took oxycodone. I should try to buy... Oh yeah, man, I should have saved my money to get some oxycodone. Fuck. I got kratom now, but you won't even eat the kratom. There's like no way of giving you the kratom. There's no way to give you the medicine, John. Wish I had oxycodone, man. I'd give a little tiny bit to John. He used to feel so good. I'm gonna give him a little bit. Oh, man. I'll just mix some beer into my kratom. Actually, no, I'll put some water. Hey Siri, what's the humidity of this bitch? What's the humidity? It's like 50, it says 54 down. I need to take a shower, man. I must just be sticky. Whew. need some fucking painkillers, man. This shit sucks. Hate not having painkillers. I should have saved my money and bought a painkiller, man. Fuck. Spend it on the marijuana. I gotta try to pick up the weed tonight, man. I feel like crap. I have a medical need for that shit. Oh, fuck, man. I need some weed, man. Fuck. Body hurts. Shit. Try to get some more opioids out of this. Suboxones and shit, man. I should have taken the prescriptions. Wish they would just give us the right to buy methadone and shit, at least. Wish I could time travel and go back like 3 or 4 years, man.
Of hearing like everybody else does. But you know, but with the operation, I wasn't allowed to go swimming. I wasn't allowed to go swimming. And if I did go swimming, I had to have special plastics.
Then I'm popping oxycodone. Actually, when was that? 5 years ago? They cut us out of that shit like 2018. Late 2017, 2018. It was like 5 years ago. I can't believe they did that shit to us, man. Should have never went to the doctor.
I went just more.
Never went to the stupid hospital, and the police told me to go to the hospital to test my blood pressure at the hospital.
Be in the water.
Done that, man.
Like so I wasn't. You know what? I couldn't do this, but I know I can. But I know I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. So like I said, anybody in the chat. This is open day. This is open day. So anybody wants to jump on. You can jump on. Now last night Last night there was a small premiere. Last night, a small premiere. I don't know. A lot of you got. A lot of you got. You were able to catch it. There was a little premiere.
You gotta never tell
Let me
a
pop
house
it
rules
up.
to
Let me
take
pop
any
it up.
of
A little premiere.
If you're taking
Pirates of the Galaxy. Now originally I called this Pirates of the Galaxy. Pirates of the Galaxy Episode 1. Episode 1. Technically a new season. I decided to remove Episode 1 and put Episode 9. Because I was thinking. If a new person comes into the channel, and there should be new people every single day. But if a new person comes to the channel, if a new person comes to the channel, I thought, you know what, right before it airs, I'm going to call it Episode 9. Just so if new people come in, they won't be confused. They won't be confused thinking, this is a brand new cartoon series. It's Episode 9. That means there's 8 more. So I made that last minute change, calling it Episode 9. It's still technically Season 2. But it was more for the new people. So they can come in and they can start. They could go back and watch the first 8. So that was a last minute change. That is not a Mandela effect. If somebody saw, didn't you call it Episode 1? Did, but the last minute decided to change it to Episode 9. Now, some of the influences of this, of course, is Star Trek. And I'll show you a couple. Influences. First of all, I think you would tell here in this first scene that Star Trek's involved.
Captain Kirk, you haven't showed us that he's already beamed us up.
So you hear there, Captain Kirk. So there's a link right there to Star Trek. But there is another link to Star Trek. I don't know if these are Easter eggs or nothing. So right here. We're camping right here. Now I don't know if people are Star Trek fans or not. But if you are in Star Trek, the Final Frontier, I'll pop it up here. They were camping. Star Trek people were camping. Before they go on this big trip. So when I saw, I'm thinking now, I'm like, I want some kind of a, where we're kicking back to Star Trek, kind of like the Star Trek before they go on mission to get called up and they got to go on the Final Frontier. So the camping scene was technically influenced. When I remember Star Trek, how they were just kicking back as friends and camping. And then hold on a second. And one of the most awesome things, if you really truly think about it, is look at all the different races here. You got the token Caucasian white guy. I guess that's me. You got a Bigfoot. You got a Bigfoot from the Bigfoot clan. You got an alien, and you got an angel. You can't get better than that mix.
Yeah, no, this is fun.
Yeah, so that was influenced by Star Trek, like I said, in the Final Frontier when they went camping. And of course, the joke of this scene was that we ate the baby bears. And now somebody probably was going to ask. Let me play this. Hold on a second.
It's so good. Where did you get this?
I don't think you want to know where it came from.
I found 2 small bears out the woods.
Oh no! We ate her babies.
That mama bear looks scarier than the cocaine bear.
Let me talk to the mother bear.
Let me explain.
All the misunderstanding.
She looks angry, Barry.
Now, technically, in the real world, Bigfoot gonna kick the bear's ass. But in this one, remember Barry went over their people to misunderstand. Barry didn't go there trying to tell we didn't know it was your babies that we ate. So it wasn't. I didn't want Barry to get like it looked like the bear won. Hey, listen. Animals have shown that you mess with their babies.
You're dead. Oh yeah, you're dead.
You're dead.
So
you're
in a
dead.
lot of ways,
Anthony's trying to the mama bear, saying, "We're sorry about eating your babies."
Well, how would you feel if somebody ate your kid and said you're sorry? You're gonna get killed. You're gonna get killed.
But we had to try. Barry's got a good heart. Barry's got a good heart. That's the thing is. Barry's got a good heart. Barry's got a good heart. His main thing is, he wants to dispute everything. But we know the bear was going to eat us all or kill the baby. That's why the bear had to get destroyed. The bear had to get destroyed. It wasn't by choice. And then at the last minute, I actually added because in the original clip, there wasn't a bear sound fighting. I actually added an actual bear sound, a grizzly bear. So when you listen to the sound effect of the bear, I actually added a real bear sound. So see if you guys can hear the real bear. Right there. Right there. That's a real bear sound.
It's perfect.
So that's actually a real bear sound. If anybody cares. And of course, I added that. I added a sound effect of moving this time. You kind of hear that. I actually added that. You can hear it. And Barry still didn't want to go there because deep bro, like any government person don't have a problem destroying things. That's what government people do. Then of course here in this scene basically. Because everybody's gonna be wondering why we're not in Lavender's ship. Because after the concert episode, we said we're all going to a concert. But the Lavender was drinking and flying, and he crashed the ship. Never drink and fly. Never drink and fly.
Get into a mouth.
Look at Aragon the orcs.
Now what?
Get in the car. We all have enough.
We fly. We all go into.
It's like a dog with a shirt with a tractor.
I don't know if you guys. I'm not saying it's an Easter egg. If you guys didn't catch what Ron Gabriel the Archangel said when he gets on the ship. I don't know if you guys caught that little Easter egg. Let me see.
His ship reminds me of Noah's Ark. I technically built it for him.
So a little Easter egg. Gabriel the Archangel was the person behind Noah to build the Noah's Ark. It was technically done through Gabriel the Archangel. So I'm rewriting history. There. Anthony. I'm rewriting history. Noah's Ark should not be responsible for building Noah's Ark. It was Gabriel the Archangel.
AKA Ron.
And then let me see here. I don't know if this is a funny thing here. Hold on.
It's good to see you again. How can you help us?
Now, technically here, Davy Jones had a longer line about how the ship could fly, but I couldn't squeeze that whole line. I actually took half of the sentence and I moved it. Watch.
Get to the planet. You could start the engine. The last time I pressed a button, I shot a missile. And I actually caught aliens out of a window.
We rebuilt the ninja robot to help us.
Where is it? Right here.
What's up, Tommy?
I'll protect this ship.
This is more than just a ship. This baby can fly through galaxies.
So actually, that part right there when he said this ship could fly through galaxies was supposed to be said when we first met him. But I couldn't squeeze it in, so I cut it, and I moved it right there, and like when he says this thing can fly the galaxy, it starts to fly. And of course, and then Anthony, Barry says his line.
Look,
Ooh, flying out of the water! Flying out of the water! I'm literally on top of the galaxy!
I only been to heaven and earth. So now I get to spread my wings.
Yeah, and then nothing really. Of course, if everybody knows that right here. That scene is Bigfoot Michigan Rob. Bigfoot Michigan Rob. Bigfoot Michigan Rob plays Purple Beard Pirate. Case nobody knows that. Nobody knows that.
For some reason last night I couldn't remember who played the Purple Beard. It was driving me nuts. It was driving me nuts. Yeah.
Really?
So glad you said that. I couldn't remember who we put there.
That's Rob from Bigfoot Michigan Rob.
Test us again. Okay, fire. And now.
He's doing the accent.
Hit away again. I'll cut those worms off his face.
Oh. Yep, that's Rob. That's Rob. Bigfoot Michigan Rob.
That's Long Island Bigfoot right there.
That's it.
Eric Long Island Bigfoot Viz.
And actually, Bigfoot Mission Rob did mention text me and stuff. He's ready to be the next one. He's ready to be the next. His character is dead. His character is dead. I got two main characters. You can sound like two main characters. I'm not gonna tell you guys in the chat because it. If whatever you think the next one is going to be, let me just tell you because it's already done. The cartoon's already made. I already have it made. I already have it made. The voices got to put in the voices out since this one's out. But not what you guys think. Trust me. It's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy.
Someday Barry will go back to being a brown Bigfoot.
Actually, I was thinking about that in a small way, like because I do want us to transform back into outfits, but it's gotta be almost similar how we did it in the second one, not through like a spaceship.
Oh, I have an idea for us. I'll tell you.
And that's what I like. Let me see here. We're shooting it there. Of course, Ron plays Ninja.
We have Ninja. Activate, destroy both ships before they destroy us.
I will do as you command.
Now, Ron did was awesome. Ron knows I like Battlestar. I love how those robots sound. Ron really got the robot. If you guys watch the original Battlestar Galactica, the one that came out in the 70s, 80s, he really got that voice. Sound like the ones in Battlestar Galactica. He did an awesome job. Getting that voice down. Then of course this planet looks like cheese. And that's where Barry makes his comment about the smell of cheese.
Some of that planet looks like cheese. It smells like it also.
Okay, guys. Okay, have a tracker.
Let's see here. Anything ordinary. Of course we land. Now here when we land,
I am forbidden to help you off the planet. But I'll keep the ship running.
So I actually added that in on purpose because technically the Archangel works for God. So we can't have everything fixed by heaven. So I made sure that he said that he's forbidden. He could come with us. But he's forbidden to interfere, to interact with anything. Remember, there was another angel in a movie actually went on vacation. John Travolta played an angel called Michael. The movie is called Michael. Basically, that angel was on vacation. So I don't know if you want to care about that. That little Easter egg or not. But and then here, first we fight. Of course, we have a little escalator. This escalator. Barry's first time on an escalator.
Let's save Connor now.
I've never been on an escalator before. Okay, guys. Let's go get Connor back.
No, this is guys. Gotta remember, people.
What's up, boys?
Everybody's gotta remember. This is like Barry's first time on escalators. First time on ship. First time. He's been in the woods. He's been in the woods his whole life. And like I said, technically, Ron, the Archangel's his first time technically off planet. But you weren't allowed to.
I'll be right back. We'll get an echo. Go out and come in.
I'm gonna see here.
That's crazy. Every time somebody comes in, he gets an echo. That's crazy.
I know. It
came out great though. I was watching it last night. It came out great.
Okay.
Yeah, those extra voices that I had you do really kind of helped out. The little extra robot voices and the part that you're forbidden to help us. People understand that you're not allowed to use any powers from heaven to do things.
The voices came out great, Ron. How you did them with the synthesizer and everything was really good. It was really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's great because I don't have to worry about like the New York accent or anything like that. When you just use it, it comes out normal like that. That's that voice mod. It's pretty cool.
That's it.
And it really sounded like that. Robots. Somebody watched the original. It really does. For me, that was huge. And then of course, we're gonna have to fight.
You should let me go, guys.
Boss Hero, take care of you guys.
My opinion, that artwork of Monstra is beautiful. I mean, it's like an alien spider.
It looks like Tom Reed at the Berkshire UFO. I'm gonna look for that. Creature right now. It really resembles that. Why am I echoing?
Let's see.
I want to ask you a question.
What?
No, I just like has nothing to do with this, but you know when you're in the chat, like you know when you put like the at sign and then how it highlights it, right? The only person I'm able to do that from now on is you. If I put at P, it comes up Paranormal Highway. Everybody else, I can't do that no more. So if anybody knows how you take care of that,
you know what I noticed? 70%. I can get people, but there are some people that I can't, like you're saying, and they're in the chat.
No, and all these people, like Ground Wall, like even Anthony, I would always, now I can't do anybody. The only person I put is yours. It's the craziest thing.
Let's see here. Go here.
Yeah, I don't mean to flow of the show. Sorry.
No. Right here at the last minute, change right before I uploaded it. An alligator came out. I actually added real alligator sound. Actually found alligator sound, and I added it. It just gave Tom a little bit more personality. So listen to that. It's an actual real alligator sound. Yeah, that's actually listen to it very close. That's actually a real alligator sound.
You're echoing there. I'm muted. The whole time there's a bad echo coming in. I don't know if they're hearing it on their end.
I wonder if it's only on our end that we hear. People chat. Hey, you guys hear an echo? Let us know. Maybe it's just us. Maybe it's just
possible. It's possible. And let me show you something real quick. That's Tom Reed's alien. It's a mock-up of it. Very similar to the one we got in this.
Oh wow! That's cool. That's cool. That is cool. We see him go here.
They hear an echo.
Here, let me see what happens if I. I don't know if that does anything. The people in the chat, yeah, they're hearing an echo. They're hearing an echo.
I'm muted. There's no radio from me.
By any chance, Eric, do you happen to have a YouTube window open at the same time as you have StreamYard open of the show?
Let me see now. Is there echo now? Is there echo now?
Pain in the butt, I know.
It is a pain. It is a pain. Here's a see if anybody get this. See if anybody get this that's coming up. Where it came from. Give me a second. I want to see if anybody gets this Easter egg.
Please hurry up and get me. Please hurry up. I haven't gone to the bathroom. It's an emergency. It's an emergency. Hey, I just saw Connor throw something to the ground. Man, I can't read. Ninja. Can you read this tablet?
I am fluent. I am over 6 communication.
All right. What Ninja said there. Where'd that come from? That's a famous. What Ninja said there. Where did that come from? Somebody has to know that answer.
Terminator.
Nope. It's another robot. Robot technically has feelings.
Johnny Five?
No, not Johnny Five. There is a major Mandela effect of this robot in famous movies. Not Twiggy, not Elf, not Elf. Nobody's gonna get it.
Not the one from Twilight Zone, right?
No, not Twilight Zone. It's a major influential movie that changed movie history.
Oh, not 2001 Space Odyssey. How?
There it is. We got it. 3PO.
3PO. My God.
He said that Lara. Good job. He speaks over 6 million languages because he's a protocol droid.
Man, how didn't I get idiot?
little fun Easter eggs.
I know where they are taking him.
Nice work, Ninja. Now we'll get Connor back. Force too late.
Let's go back to the ship. Plug Ninja into the system.
We should look around for
Little alien. We need to save our friend. It's working. The coordinates is coming through. It's coming through the computer now.
Okay, guys. One day is past. 7 days left.
Hey, you don't touch him there. You don't touch him there.
I love that line. Like I think Anthony and I were just messing around. They just say some extra lines. And Anthony said, "Don't touch him there." And when I put it there, I'm like, "See, it works."
That was really good.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
Great job.
Yeah, wait until the next one. Everybody who's here in the chat, I want to apologize for moving things around. I moved one show over to Thursday. Like I said, I moved some things around on purpose because I had more free time. I did the doctor this morning and all that. But I want to show. Now I want to get into other kind of stuff. I'm gonna play this video. It's done in another country. I mean, it's not. But I mean, it's not subtitles or anything like that. About the Pakistan, even in Pakistan.
Really?
They have a Bigfoot belief. So it's spoken from a person in Pakistan. So people don't say the language ain't perfect.
Pakistani.
Viewers and listeners, we welcome you to our channel. Exist. Our today's topic is about a cryptid named Vermano.
That looks so cool.
So many of you would think, what is a cryptid? So guys, cryptid is an animal, or a creature whose existence is disputed because of lack of evidences. The studies around these subjects are called cryptozoology.
It's like we're inside a butthole.
Now let's talk about our today's subject, which is a Pakistani cryptid Varmano. Varmano is believed to be an ape-like animal, or a massive wild man who covers his back with animal skins and hides. Sometimes considered as the Pakistani equivalent of a Bigfoot. In many local folklores of northern Pakistan, they have a reputation of protecting women and kids. Varmano allegedly inhabits northern Pakistani mountain ranges of Karakoram and Chitral. Local beliefs that they found in Afghani mountain ranges as well. Also in the Himalayas, which could make them shares habitat with the other alleged cryptid named Yeti. Varmano allegedly have the characteristics which are similar to both apes and human. It's said to be a bipedal animal. Means it can walk on 2 feet. Thought to be around 6 to 7 feet tall. Seems like a wild man, but a lot heavier and bulkier in appearance. Stories told us that it's a omnivore, but said to be a superb hunter. Also, local people think they like to feed on humans' flesh whenever they got the opportunity to get any. The first search about a Varmano-like wild man.
Now, interesting about the Pakistan Bigfoot that you mentioned there, supposedly they're known over there that they do eat off human flesh. Now, we don't hear a whole lot of that here that they eat off here. That's not saying they don't or do. But it is interesting. It kind of tells you that all cultures around the world have their in their part of the country. Not just in America. Because it seemed like I don't know what it means. I don't know, but it seemed like every person I ever talked to that's from Britain, or the UK. They don't really believe as much as Bigfoot as we do in America. They don't really talk about sightings. Even though there's sightings all around the world. It seems like that part of the country over there, they don't even really talk about. They had us on one show.
It's because wait till they're out on a picnic, and some giant 8-foot thing comes over and hits you and you can see them podcast gonna pop up all over. Watch. That's probably it. They have they don't talk about it. They don't talk about it at all.
They know, but their story is that they do have Bigfoot over there. Talk to a lot of Bigfoot hunters here in America. They tell you they've studied Bigfoot in Europe, but a lot of them don't.
I've never heard anybody's Bigfoot in Europe.
You don't. You really don't. But I mean, I guess. Here, I'm gonna play this other video. Where is it? Touring New Orleans haunted place.
Hunters are often enticed to a property by kitchens and closet space. Some fearless home buyers in New Orleans are looking for more. And what's considered the most haunted cities in the U.S., homes supposedly inhabited by ghosts, are a big draw. Jamie Wax has that story.
It's been said that every house has a story. And with over 3 centuries of history, perhaps it shouldn't be surprising that some of the storytellers refuse to let a little thing like death silence them.
But there definitely is energy that is not ours, right? You feel presence, you hear sounds, you know doors open, TV turns on by itself, lights turn on by themselves.
Liz and Jason Williams purchased a historic home on legendary St. Charles Avenue just over a year ago.
Behind us in the dining room is the place where the noises the most, the footsteps directly overhead.
The personal disclosure is all the more interesting because interesting because Jason isn't just a homeowner, but also a fixture of local politics.
Jason, you are the city council president of New Orleans.
I am.
Okay.
Second term.
Okay.
Second term.
In no city.
First of all, you guys think that's pretty cool? Somebody who's on a council for a city that actually didn't mind putting a film saying they bought a haunted house. I think that's kind of cool. I think that's kind of cool.
Pretty cool.
You know. Now, would you guys? If you guys gonna go buy a house, and you heard there's a few houses that are haunted, would that attract you guys to still go look at it, or would you guys? That's a haunted house. That's a haunted house. I'm gonna avoid it.
I would look.
I would definitely look.
Absolutely.
Why not?
But I wonder, depending on the area. Will the house being haunted versus not being haunted, would that draw more people want to buy it because they're supposedly haunted?
That's a good question, Eric.
I think a certain type of buyer.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And I guess also probably depends on who like maybe if the guy has a reputation. I don't know, paranormal investigator, maybe selling a home,
or what kind of haunting are we talking about? Is evil, maleficent, or is it, once in a while you hear something or see something move. Depends how active it is.
See if this guy says anything that's. I'm pressing the wrong button.
In America, could I imagine a politician saying, "Yes, I live in a haunted house."
Well, we have a different relationship in the city of New Orleans.
Not only is it not a liability for a politician to say he lives in a haunted house in New Orleans, but a ghost could even be a selling point according to realtor and preservationist Katie Woodruff.
New Orleans has a storied past. I feel that people relate to the narrative, and the stories that the houses have had.
We headed to the famous neighborhood in the French Quarter, where there's a ghost story around every corner.
It's a one-bedroom, ground floor unit. And I had asked her why she'd actually put haunted on the sign because the owner felt ghosts actually in the space.
Ghostly presences don't just benefit residential properties, but commercial ones too, like restaurants, and tableaux. The restaurant's video of possible paranormal activity went viral.
I was in their wine cellar. Just kept coming flying off of the shelves. And so people really want to be there.
It strikes me that for a record seventh this year alone, as we do this interview, New Orleans is in the path of a hurricane.
There's no other American city that has experienced such tragedy. And so we are a city of survivors. We have resilience.